As a once wise man said, to be or not to be. Yet, I always seen that phrase in different light. And that is to re-roll or not to re-roll. And as every story has multiple parts, but yet all what they have in common is a satisfying ending. No matter how long, how arduous the journey is, there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. Protagonist always prevails against all the odds. And after yesterday's endeavors that we went on, after getting barraged by the unwanted affection of the boldest of men, unfortunately, I'm back yet again. And today, I have a feeling that we will achieve greatness. We will obtain not only Ichigo, but also Byakuya or Kisuke. Preferably both, but I'll take either one. So, with that being said, I hope you're all ready. And we shall begin. Hi the Doc, hi the Taishi. Hopefully you guys doing well. Does it sound low? Can bump it up a little bit. Is that better? Alright. I'm doing alright, I had a good night rest. I contemplate my life choices. And had a meal, And now, I'm back in it to win it, as people say. It would be nice if we don't need to reroll for another 9 hours today. However, I'm fully prepared to do so if the action calls for it. I also changed up the music a little bit just to not listen to the same tunes. Well, this one is a little bit better because yesterday I think it was a little bit finicky with volume. Some songs were higher than the others. Still can't believe yesterday we got only Kakus essentially, and nobody else. We got Kaku I think 4 times yesterday, and it's not the kind of life I want to live. Actually, after stream, I was a little bit, foggy in a head, shall we say, so I went, took a shower, and I think it was like 2 a.m. by the time I came back to my room, and I was like, you know what, I have 2 choices to make. One of which is going to bed and, having a nice rest. And another choice is going back and rerolling a little bit more. Just to you see what happens. And as you can imagine, I chose the correct option, obviously, which is the latter. And I rerolled another 10 times. And I go Ichigo again. However, I go Ikaku for the 5th time. And I took that as a sign that that was enough. And pretty much just went to bed at like 5 a.m. So that was a little bit soul crushing, I'd say. But, you can win them all, I guess. Hopefully today our luck will turn around a little bit. And we would be able to progress, because I'm not looking for a lot, Literally looking for one character plus one of the other 2. But hopefully everyone does well. I know it's Sunday, so hopefully everybody had a great weekend. We're up to a bit more fun stuff than I am, currently at least. I made sure to stretch today, to make sure that my joints are ready for what about to unfold. Because lately I've been streaming on weekends quite for a long time, so I need to ensure that, you know, my body's not as stiff as a wooden board afterwards. Just gotta do some stretching, some cooldowns, and then I'll be ready. No, I use Crunchyroll, but the thing about Crunchyroll that you can use, I mean, I'll show you if we don't get on this account, which most likely will happen. But basically, for Crunchyroll, you can create an account without an actual email address. You can put like literally random things, like Eisen for the Win 27 or something, you know, gmail.com, and it will allow you to create an account. And you basically just use that method over and over again, because I don't think Salted One works for those. Well, it is technically salted, I guess, because it's not a real account. But you basically can just reuse that, and then afterwards you can bind your Gmail account like an actual one later on when you actually satisfy with a reroll. And if you want to bind it to Crunchyroll like your actual one, you can just unbind it later and bind the proper one. Well, that's a method I've been using because the alternative is basically just do it the hard way, which is re-downloading all your data, which nobody wants to do. Yeah, pretty much. Because, I mean, you can unbind it later. And, yeah. You just bind your Gmail later, unbind your Crunchyroll account, and you're pretty much good to go. I'll say, if you want to bind another Crunchyroll account, like the actual proper one, you can do that later as well. It's actually better that way, because you don't need to worry about, like, confirming your email or whatnot, so it saves you a little bit of time. Probably, like, solid 3 or 4 minutes. Which I prefer, to be honest. It's only with Crunchyroll I have encountered that where they don't actually require you technically to confirm your email. That's very unusual, but I'm glad it is the case. Because it makes our life way much easier. Yeah, I know. I don't really like using salted emails either, because the entire process of confirming your emails over and over again is too much work. Well, Angel, that's what being in school is all about, you know? Sometimes you're gonna learn. And what better way to learn than through suffering? As pain is the greatest teacher in the world. It makes you learn that life could be so much harder. I was thinking why I didn't see you yesterday, but I guess you were studying for, you know, the blade, shall we say, of wisdom kind. Hope everything went well, though. I know you were, you know, going to library or whatnot, which I still can't believe you did so. Because I didn't even know libraries exist, but... I'll say, hopefully everything went well. Ah, I see. The good old exhaustion to the point of near-death experience to prevail against all the odds. I know, Angel. That's why I can't believe to this day that you actually did that. But I am proud, you know? You're going to taking the book seriously. You know, learning the important wisdom. Hopefully. Studying trigonometry and whatnot. Alright, let's see if I still got the momentum from yesterday to beat this guy quickly. Because yesterday I actually managed to beat him in like less than 30 seconds. One time. And I don't really know how I did it. because it's kind of entire day yesterday is like a blur to me. But I'll try to replicate it. Okay, we broke the defense. Nice. Now just gotta unload on the guy. There we go. The main problem with him is he not always does like counter break attacks. Sometimes you can't break his shield as easily, which is a little bit annoying, but because usually that takes about 2 minutes to complete. Alright, under a minute run, nice. Love to see that. 46 seconds, really good, really good. One of my better runs. Usually the guy takes about 2 minutes. We're gonna be aiming for sub 10 minutes runs. Okay, gotta speed run this thing. Alright. I know it. Alright, doing good so far. Let's see if our first attempt will be successful. That would be kind of nuts, to be honest. Because I was fully mentally prepared to spend at least another 45 hours rerolling today. But if we can do it first try, I mean, you know, I'm all for it. I have a flashback to this moment like 10 hours later. How naive I was. Okay, there we go. Let's see what the first temple entails. Can Ichigo come home first try? Unfortunately, no. That's okay. That's okay. We still have a few singles. He still might appear. There is still a chance. Because I did get him a couple times from singles. So it is possible. Okay, unfortunately this is not the one. That is okay though. That's to be expected from the first one. Okay, now I'll show you how actually the salty accounts in this game work. So basically, you gotta exit your Crunchyroll. Then if you're using emulator, you gotta open Chrome and find like Crunchyroll website, because I think it doesn't necessarily track. So it tracks your Google rather than any in-game stuff, because that's how it logs into it. So you basically make your account, you log out, then you go back here, create an account, and then basically type any email you want. It really doesn't matter. Like something like that, for example. Just to make a point, we'll change it slightly. Let's just put, I don't know. Let's do this, you know. Let's make it classy. Right, then you type any password you want. Just make sure you remember if you want to, you know, change it later, in case you exit it. Create account. This is not real Gmail. And just like that, you know, it bounces you in, you don't need to confirm anything. You go back to the game, you press on Crunchyroll again, it bounces you to your Google, confirms it, and boom. Bob's your uncle, you're good to go. Really simple process. It's going to be a little bit trickier if you're on a phone because you kind of will have to switch between tabs. So emulator like LD Player is better in that regard. I know, Tashi. I know. It's a wonderful number. And rerolling usually actually doesn't take that long, so it is a relatively straightforward process, especially if you get your counters right, because, like, especially boss fights, if you don't use your counters, it's probably gonna take you twice as long, because I made that mistake yesterday, of not really utilizing counters as much as I probably should have, just because I was distracted half the time, you know, with conversations and whatnot. But if you're gonna reroll yourself, I would strongly recommend, like, practicing your counters, especially for the acid wire fight, because his first attack is like the big claw attack, is when you break his shield, and then if you just tap a couple more attacks, he's gonna do another one in succession. If you don't do it the first time though, he won't do it probably for the remainder of the fight, which is kind of annoying, because if you mess it up once, you're kind of stuck there, you know, for another minute. But if you perfectly do it, you kind of can take it down about 30-45 seconds, somewhere there, depending on, like, obviously how often you can hit him. This guy is same deal, but he doesn't have a shield, so it's like, yeah, you're fine even if you don't counter him. I also don't really know what, like, successful dodges do yet, because I know counter boosts your attack, but I don't really know what dodges do. But, you know, I'm used to just in the games to just dodge attacks rather than counter them. So I'm always, like, trigger happy with my shift key. No, you didn't miss much. I rerolled just one time, Angel, and I didn't get anything. So you didn't miss much. And I was just educating the masses on how to become a reroll master, like yours truly. I say as a... don't use counter correctly. Oh, come on. See, this is what I'm talking about. It's a little bit finicky for me, because I keep forgetting that you can't just hold it, because you kind of have to time it. But it's getting a little bit used to it. Obviously, with practice, it'll be better. I mean, Angel, you know, it's a good thing to be good at, because it's a useful skill in life, you know? It teaches you persistence, patience, and, you know, dedication to your craft. And I feel like those are important qualities that every single individual out there should have. And also, you know, gambling is fun when there's no stakes at play. Because the only thing you gamble in a way is your time. Which is pretty valuable, but you know. It's better than gambling in a way your hard-earned big bucks, shall we say. The big green ones. Plus, I always personally have a ball, like re-rolling, just to see what I can get. Because sometimes, you know, you get like a sneaky little double 5-star in one of these games, and you're like, wow, that's kind of nice. Because, you know, it never happens when you actually, like, play the game and do pulls. But sometimes you get a sneaky one here and there. Because the best one I ever had was when I used to play, like, Black Clover Kingdom or whatever the game was called. I think I got 5, like, SSRs in one 10 pull. And that was the luckiest I ever had, like, in any game whatsoever. And I think the rate was, like, 3%. So that was nuts. And I never was able to replicate it. Usually in games I don't get doubles that often, if ever. I know. That is correct. That is correct. Because if you don't gamble, how can you win? I don't know. I have a screenshot. It's on our Discord server. I posted it before. And yeah, I was pretty impressed with myself. Because I got, I think it was 2 SSR characters and 3 SSR weapons. or the other way around, don't quite remember. But that was like the luckiest pull I ever had in my life, pretty much. And I don't think I'll ever replicate it. That was basically like winning the lottery equivalent. It only happens once in a lifetime, but you know, you gotta treasure within dust. Because I'll tell you right now, I barely had even any doubles in like Genshin. I never had a double. In Wuthering Waves, I had a double once. And that is for weapon. I got the Blue Sky like pistols. I got 2 of them, which is, you know, it's not a great double to have, because it's like, what are you gonna do with the second one? If it was a character, at least you can get a dupe of them, you know? But that was pretty much it. In theory restart, I got a couple dupes, I think, but the thing is, the rates there are much higher, because it like exponentially increases the more dud pulls you have. So that's a little bit different. But if it's actually like standard, you know, 3%, 1%, whatever it is, I barely get any luck like that. Well, that's the thing. It's always like, even if it's a double that you don't want necessarily, it's always like, ooh, that felt good, you know, kind of sense. Because it's an experience you don't get often. It's like, you know, if you walk in on the street and you find like a $10 bill, you know, it's just excitement, you know. You might not need it, but you know, it's always nice to have. That's the kind of feeling you get. I mean, to be honest, I just never seen it. But I remember when I was a kid, me and my friend found like a lost wallet on the street, just laying there. And my friend immediately looked at me and he was like, should we take it? And I was like, no, no, we shouldn't. Somebody just lost like a wallet. And that just shows my upbringing, I guess, because my first thought wasn't like, oh, free money. My thought was, oh, somebody lost their wallet. Because I was an honest kid. Like, I wasn't, you know, I wasn't particularly law-abiding, shall we say, because, you know, I was a little bit of a rascal, but stealing was one of those things that I never did. And, I remember we went to, like, a police station, and we were like, we found this, we don't know what to do with it. Like, oh, okay. And I actually remember I got a phone call later, and from the police station, and they the individual whose wallet they found actually called us up and said, thank you. I lost it and I wasn't sure where it was. So I felt good about that, you know, doing a good deed. But, you know, that was just me. Nowadays, if I see $10 on the street, I'm gonna swipe it, you know, I don't care. If it's a wallet, that's a little bit different, because that's somebody's livelihood already, okay? If it was just a loose money on the ground, I would be like, you know, somebody's gonna pick it up. Listen, Angel. There was one time, and I did say I wasn't law-abiding. Hi, Liz. Glad to see you. Morning to you as well. Well, afternoon to me, but morning to you. I think it's only like, what, 8 a.m. for you? Good time for some rerolling is, if I do say so myself. Ah, golly, I forgot to counter. So yeah, you see, if you don't counter on the first one, you're kind of stuck now fighting him normally, which is a little bit annoying. I know, Taiji. It's like, if the money just laying there, it was always meant to be picked up. And if you don't do it, the other stranger will collect it. You know, that's just how it is. It's no stealing, it's called finding treasure. Do you think in all these gacha games when we pick up treasure chests, we are stealing? No. We're finding treasure, and we purposely reallocating them within our own pockets. That's how it is. That's a good time to wake up. I woke up myself at 11 today, you know, I was a little bit of a rebel. I went to bed at 5 a.m. again. But it is what it is. On the weekends, you're allowed to, you know, sleep in a little bit. there we go. 5 a.m. Oof. Now you see that's an ungodly hour. I would never be able to wake up at 5. Usually it's when I go to bed. If I'm lucky. Well, actually, that's not true. I do try nowadays, at least during like weekdays, to go to bed at a reasonable time because I always used to have like the worst sleeping schedule ever. And for me personally, I just needed to change it slightly because I always felt like a zombie just browsing through the street on nothing but pure instincts and a will to exist, shall we say. Or lack of it sometimes. And I was like, you know what? I need to get at least 6 hours in me. So at the latest, I go to bed at like 2 a.m. on the weekdays. And that's pretty good for me. Considering I used to go like 4 or 5 a.m. No, it's absolutely fine, Liz. Don't worry about it whatsoever. I do get it. Oh wait, we don't need to fight this one. That's fine. Ah, I see. Well, that makes more sense, Angel. Because I was about to say, what are you waking up 5 a.m. for? You're getting like a good gacha session before every morning? Before you go to school, do a couple 10 pulls, you know, prep yourself up for the day? Get your gambling out of the way? And ready to conquer the world. I know, Angel. I mean, my personal thing when I used to be in high school, I used to play like Bleach Brave Souls a lot, and whenever there would be like a new banner that would come out, I usually would do it like every morning because I think the banners usually would roll out at like 7 a.m. So I would wake up at like 7 a.m. and do some 10 pulls in order to get like a character. I would do like 5-10 pulls. And depending on who I get in those 5-10 pulls, that would be like how great I feel that day. If I go a great 10 pull, like I go a banner character or something, I'll be so happy that day. I would be like, you know, prancing through the street, prancing a little bit even. And if I didn't get anyone, I would be sulking all day. So, I know we're joking, but I did have that when, you know, depending on how my 10 pulls went, it was depending how my day went. Today, well, this is a second time. I just started this, so you missed the first one, but this is a second one, so far too, but we'll see how far I need to go. Ooh, no Ichigo, unfortunately. Still might be in some singles. Still a chance. No Rukia, that's not a bad pull. If I get Ichigo, that is. I do wonder how good SR characters in this game are. Because I only know the Yachuru, Rukia, and Ishida are pretty good, but I don't really know about the others. Okay, the second attempt is not too hot either, but that's okay. We're just getting started. Just getting our feet wet a little bit. Oh wait, hold up, I forgot. Forgot to do this thing. Let's do this. You'll see throughout the stream, the more desperate I get, the weirder the email is gonna become. I'm gonna go through 7 stages of grief through email making. Or rather typing. Okay, let's exit there. I mean, it probably should be. Because I like the idea that you don't need SSR characters to clear the game. Because if you only relied on SSR characters, the game is just gonna be pretty stagnant. Because if you don't get somebody, you know, then what are you gonna do? I mean, look, Liz, if you want to sleep more, just feel free, you know. I'm not gonna keep you here hostage. If Morpheus calls for your name, sometimes you gotta answer back. I mean, I'm probably on like a wanted list within Crunchyroll HQ. They probably already know me by name by now. I doubt they. It's like every time I make a new account, Crunchyroll gets like a notification ping. It's like, not again. That man already did 100 accounts. What else does he want from us? Our service can't take it. But you know what? It is what it is. I mean, Angel, if it was only that easy. You know, you gotta use a good old tried and true. And that is, take one of those thermometers and put them right next to a battery. Like a heating unit. Warm them up. And then pretend like you're sick. That's what I used to do as a kid if I didn't want to go to school and work like a chump. That wouldn't be enough money to entice anyone to catch me, Liz. You gotta at least double that. Oh, come on, I'll press counter. Oh well, that's okay. There we go, that's a bit better. Sometimes I get a bit confuzzled with like wound up attacks. Because they don't always hit at the same like time periods. So sometimes I get a little bit too overzealous and press them too fast. Listen, Liz. Just because you do it for free doesn't mean anyone else would dare to even try. I'm waiting for the moment when I'll get in the zone and I forget where I am, who I am, and why I'm here. Because I think I reached that point yesterday by about like 6 hours. I completely blank out after that, and whatever happened afterwards is like a blur to me now. Because after streaming on like every weekend for about 10 hours, I realized something that at a certain point, my brain just shuts down and I operate by pure instinct. And I'm not joking when I say I don't remember, because if you ask me what happened yesterday after like 8 o'clock, I'm gonna tell you, no idea. I might as well have been asleep at that point. Just operating on auto mode. Which would be kinda nice if I actually did have that. Because imagine just me being able to reroll while have my eyes roll back into my skull and just, you know, having a quick nap. Meanwhile, my body grinding for me. That would be the peak efficiency. Not a single second wasted. Good luck with Angel. I'm surprised you're doing coding classes already. Quite impressive. Because, I mean, I did coding before, and to be honest, that was probably the most irritable I've ever been in my life, because sometimes your code breaks just by, like, one string of code being out of sequence. And the main problem is, back when I used to do it, you didn't have, like, tools to actually tell you what was wrong, so you had to, like, look through code line by line in order to figure out what was wrong, which was, like, the most annoying thing in the world. I'm glad I don't do it anymore. Well, the thing is, I did in C++, so that was, like, the way I coded was a bit different, shall we say. Well, the thing is, I learned coding from my old man, you know? Because he was a programmer for a while. He's an engineer by trade, but he knows programming a lot. So he told me basically, like, unorthodox way of coding, shall we say, the rogue way. He didn't explain, like, the principles behind the codes. He just said, you need to do this in order to achieve that, and this in order to do that. And I was like, okay. No, I get you. So sometimes I would, like, try to follow his footsteps, shall we say, and then realize that I did something wrong without actually understanding what I did wrong, and then spend, like, solid 3 hours trying to figure out what I did wrong, only to realize that what I did wrong was at the very beginning, and then just start ripping my hair out and thinking, well, how did the choices I made in my life lead me to this point? And that is why I don't program it anymore. Because this bloody sucks. And also, usually, you ease yourself into C++. I jump straight ahead. It's basically equivalent of doing skydiving without parachute, without helmet, while going head first into the ground. And just hoping for the best. And somehow miraculously surviving. That's just a future every programmer has for them, Angel. Have you ever seen a programmer that in their late 40s or 50s with a strand of hair on their skull? I don't think so. Do you know why? Because all that stress just evaporates your hair. You know, Saitama didn't need to go through the rigorous training that he did. All he needed to do was do like 20 years of programming and he would have just went there. He would have achieved the prowess that he always wished for. Just by natural course of action. I know, Liz, trust me. I know. I mean, the thing is, money is good, but something you realize later on, the stress that it does, is not quite worth it. Unless you're doing it freelance. If you're doing freelance, it's a little bit different. Because I did like a little bit of website design and whatnot, so that was a little bit easier for me. But doing it like full time, I can't imagine fate worse, honestly. Forgetting to do just dodging things, but that's all right. I'll take it. That's fair, Angel. I mean, I've been there, you know, because sometimes you have like a hard day or a hard week, even. And sometimes you just want to pass out for like 3 days straight and never wake up. Depends, Taiji. Honestly, like, jokes aside, I don't mind supporting a game if the game is fun, right? But at the same time, I don't like the idea of relying on pay to win in order to enjoy the game. Because if I get a character through like hard work and actually putting time and effort into grinding and then getting them, that's a much better feeling than just buying them. Because if I buy a character, it's just like, you know. So I most likely will remain mostly free to play. I might get like a monthly card here and there, or maybe a battle pass just for like the first card thingy for like Kisuke or Byakuya. Because I think you can get one for guaranteed, but the other character you obviously can't. So I might do that. But we'll see. We'll see. It will depend how much I enjoy the game. I see, Angel, you having a conundrum of a lifetime. That's fair, that's fair. Alright, let's see what our third reroll entails. Can we get something good? Only time will tell. So far, I haven't even seen Urahara or Kisuke, you know? No, rather, Urahara or Byakuya. Getting my names mixed up. So as far as I know, they don't exist yet. But I would love to be proven wrong. Because, I mean, there's only, like, what, 6 characters? They gotta be there somewhere. It's essentially 33% chance to get either one of them. Statistically speaking, I should have gotten them already, but I defy all the odds. Oh, no 5-star. Ah, I see. The good old deflect until you need to face the consequences of your action. Been there, done there, Angel. Hold up, no, that one. Not quite, no guys. I mean, if you make a mess and you just say, you know what, future me can deal with that. It's not today's you problem, it's tomorrow's you problem. And tomorrow's you probably will be casting the yesterday's you out, but that's you know, they're just part for the cause. Because I mean, I definitely had occasionally situation where I would procrastinate and then realize I did procrastinate like 3 days later and then wonder why I did procrastinate in the first place and then do 3 days worth of chores all at the same time. But you know what, for the first 3 days, I was living like a king, doing nothing. That's usually the case with me, was like, if I take a vacation, right? Because usually I take vacation during, like, the Christmas time. But I don't really go anywhere. And during that time, I pretty much do nothing. So at the end of the vacation, I have, like, a bunch of chores I need to do. And usually I just complete them all on, like, over that next weekend. Which makes it hell, but you know, at least I have 2 weeks off that grace. Fair enough, Angel. Fair enough. Listen, Liz, occasionally it is. I don't do it often. I'm relatively responsible, relatively being with a capital. Ah, okay. It's it happens, but you know, what can you do? Life would be so boring if everything goes according to plan. Sometimes, you know, you set out to change the world and do these great things, and sometimes you just stay at home and read manhwa all day. You know, it's just life for you. While stuffing yourself full of peanuts throughout it. You know, it's just how it is. You gotta have your lows in order to appreciate the highs. And if the low are as low as they can be, the highs will be so much higher. Also, I just noticed, for a second I thought there was an elaborate game of crisscross that we're playing. And I was about to say that that's not a very good maneuver. The X's should be in a line. No, you're always gonna go for perpendicular line, not horizontal or vertical, because that's how you lose. You always gotta put it in the right corner, and then you put it on the left corner, like bottom corner, top right, bottom left, and then you put another one in a corner, either one, whichever is not usable, and then, you know, you cover your sides and you cover your middle. Easy win strat. 3 moves, they out. I'm telling you. I'm giving you all the secrets today. With that technique, I never lost. The only problem is you need to go first, you know? You can go second. If you go second, it doesn't work. However, you might still squeak it out. Well, Angel, you can join me on Rerolling Endeavor, you know? If you would like, because there's nothing quite like gambling your time and sanity away for promised land of 2D characters. I mean, that's a Futures Angel problem list, you know? Not the current one. The current one can procrastinate. Good choice, Angel, good choice. You see, I knew you were a man of class. I was gonna say hi, Greg, but I think I'll need to consider whether I want to say it now. Because that's quite an entrance. I already regret my life choices, and I'm not even Angel. Hi there, Greg. Glad to see you, I guess. I mean, honestly, that's probably your most wildest one. Because usually they are pretty wild, but that one is on another level. Well, I had to contemplate in my mind first what you just said and ways like the pros and the cons of welcoming you after that. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. You're always welcome, Greg, and your batshit insane entrance as well makes life a little bit more interesting. I saw your snowman, by the way, in Discord, and I have a question, Greg. Why was it made with squares or cubes rather than spheres? Yep, I am, Greg, because yesterday we weren't able to get what we wanted to get. So I'm about 11 hours deep now, and it probably will only keep increasing. I'm telling you, this is a 69-part series, where I reroll for 69 days until I get what I want. And every day we will be here, day in, day out, re-rolling, losing our sanity and will to exist together. You understand, Greg? This is a community activity that we're all morally and legally obligated to participate in. Greg, you confused Angel. You mentioned snow, and the man doesn't understand what that is. I mean, it might as well be for you, Angel. I'm pretty sure if snow ever arrived to Middle East, the desert would just consumes it like a typhoon. Just bring it back to the ground, use it as nutrients. I see, Greg. Well, you know, you gotta take credit for your brother's work as well. That's what being a brother is all about. Liz is another snow non-believer. I see, I see. Right, you know. I understand, guys, I understand. That is true, Greg. You can't have a nice plate of bacon without a cup of snow. That's like Eastern European morning brew, you know? Instead of drinking coffee or tea in the morning, we just go outside, grab a mug, and just, you know, go to town on some snow. A refreshment unlike any. That's not the right one, Angel. You need to download download the emulator if you want to play it on PC. Download LD Player is one I'm using. I mean, you can use VPN as well, I guess, but it doesn't have a PC client, unfortunately. I just say download. I think there's actually a client where you can download like Bleach Soul Resident specific LD player where it just has that game. You don't need VPN, Angel. I'm telling you, just download it from Play Store on the emulator and you'll be fine. Is it? Oh, that would be so good. Because the thing is, emulator is fine. I don't mind it. But the thing is, PC clients are just so much easier to work with, you know? Because usually the controls are much smoother. Because you kind of have to map out your own controls on the emulators. And they are a little bit finicky sometimes, so... Angel's gonna wait until New Year for him to get Yaruichi. Fair enough. I mean, you could just download it on your phone as well, Angel, you know? That is an option. So, I'm going for either Urahara Byakuya and Hollow Mask Ichigo, who is a limited character. So basically, I'm going for Ichigo, and then you are guaranteed to get an SSR within 50 pulls that you do, which is like 40 tickets because it's discounted by 20%. So, whenever I get Ichigo, and basically either Byakuya or Urahara, that's basically when we are done. And yesterday, I got Ichigo, I think, 4 times, and I got the Bold Man Ikaku 3 times, and 1 time Sajin, and I wasn't particularly happy, shall we say. Listen, Liz, you've been there for majority of it, you've seen it all. I think I actually have one with Yaruichi if you want, Angel. Because I did one yesterday, I think. And I'm pretty sure I got Yaruichi and Ichigo on that one. If I can't remember which account that is there. But if I get another one, I'll let you have it. I'll try to find it on this after the stream for you. I'll need to go back to the archives and see what I did. Because the thing is, as much as I love Yarichi, she doesn't have a good team right now, so I can, in good faith, settle for her. No, that's absolutely fine, Angel. I'm sure we'll probably get her today as well. Because the thing is, the main reason why I want Urahara and Byakuya is because those two are one of my favorite characters, and I also just want to play around with them. They're fun to play with, and I just need them in my life. And then we'll get all the other characters. It's fine, Angel. Don't worry about it. English is hard, I get it. Oh, wait, what? I keep forgetting to exit this fight every time. Okay. Let's see what the fourth attempt is going to bring us. Yeah, you gotta have, like, Kamamura to play with her. The main problem for Yoriichi is she doesn't have a good team right now, because, like, Kamamura is the only one she actually is good with. But the thing is, they're both SSR, so if you don't have another one, she kind of, like, stranded, with only Nemo as her support, and she's not that good, to be honest. She's kind of finicky to play with, so there's that. I mean, I hope it is it, Greg, but I don't have too high of hopes, because what I learned from yesterday is if you have set your expectation too high, the feeling of careening down 10,000 steps is not quite pleasant afterwards. At least if you set your expectation moderately, expecting the worst, when the best happens, you're gonna be quite happy about it. Okay. Nothing. Okay, let's see if the singles can work in our favor. Well, the thing is, there's no point in doing standards because I want Ichigo. I mean, I'll do it if you want, but it doesn't matter what I get. I'm not going to keep it. Yeah, I guess I'll do it just for the funsies. Because Ichigo is like the main one I want, because I just really like his playstyle, and he's basically everything I want in a character. He's fast, gets big AoE damage and whatnot. Yeah, that's kind of expected. Well, yeah, but the thing is, it's too long. It's overwinded process. I'm trying to, like, mid-max it to the point where it wastes the least amount of time. And yeah, that's basically about it. I'll see. Let's do that. I'll probably start making random ones afterwards. I mean, I guess, Taishi, I guess. I might give it a shot. We'll have to wait and see. I doubt I got 2 SSRs, but you do have a point. You do have a point. Oh, it's hopefully alright. It could be because of, just stress, I guess. I had that happen to me before. Too, and usually it's like caused by high blood pressure. Let's find the big fish, man. Oh, very nice. I mean, fine. I'll give it a shot with standards and see if we can get lucky, I guess, with them. I just usually don't bother because, you know, if you don't get Ichigo, it's kind of a dud anyway, but I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot. Because, I mean, the rates are not super low, I guess. They are like, what, 3%? So the double could happen. Because, I mean, as long as I don't see the hollow mask Ichigo in animation, I know it's a dud, because I don't think there's fake outs in this game. Or if they are, I haven't seen them yet. Which would be kind of nice if they did implement sort of fake outs, because in Bleach Brave Souls, basically, unless you get a rainbow, you don't get a 5-star. But sometimes you get, like, a fake out, or, I forgot his name, the guy that, like, can slash memories of people from Bleach with, like, green sword. You get his fake out, and then Aizen fake out. And basically, Inoue is like one 5-star fake out. The other guy is 2-star fake out. And Aizen, when you get Aizen, you get 3 stars fake out or more. And whenever you saw Aizen, you was like, whoo, this is a good one. But yeah, that would be kind of nice if you get something like that. But the thing is, the rates in the game are much higher. It's like 7.5%, I think, and 15 on rate ups. So it's a little bit different. But still would be a nice touch. Because it might be rare, but you know, if you see it, you're gonna be like, oof, that's nice. And it's actually pretty good animation as well, because in Oil 1, she basically like summons your shield and like breaks apart the animation and then like repels it. The second one is like you get a bunch of like videotapes cover your screen, and the guy slashes it in half and basically changes the reality of it to showcase like the rainbow. And Aizen just breaks the screen open and summons Kyoka Sugetsu and basically just changes the reality as well, which is kind of nice. These guys quickly. Keep traveling through. Oh wait. Oh, I thought he was done. I guess not. I'm getting kind of sick and tired of seeing these Toru guys, because I keep finding them over and over again, and they're kind of annoying to fight, to be honest. There we go. I can't wait for the time Kenpachi graces us with his presence. Like, look at that smile. That's a smile of man. that's kind-hearted, gentle, and ready for action at any given point at the drop of a hat. As any kind of gentleman I would like to keep in my company. But I think the next actually SSR that comes out after Ichigo is Toshiro from what I heard. So that would be kind of exciting as well. See Daigyo and Horimaru in a game. I think his like ultimate probably will be that giant ice tower that he used to make in anime, I believe. Which would be kind of cool. Okay, there we go. Yes, Greg, I'm listening. Have you now? All right, let me take a peek. Let me see what creation you managed to acquire this time. Wow, that okay. I gotta show this. Because this is actually... This looks really good, Greg. I'm surprised. I mean, that's quite the call. I like the little reindeer. The little reindeer goes hard. That's really cute. I didn't expect you to, you know, be making cookies. That's cool. The reindeers are your best work. Very nice, Greg. Very nice. Is this like your leftovers you just place there for decoration? Making like a little cream cookies? Very nice. Is that what you've been busy with today? Welcome back, Liz. Are you feeling better? Is your nose okay? Oh, gingerbread cookies. Very nice. I mean, that's what, you know, the winter is all about. Baking cookies and shoveling snow. What else are you gonna do? Look, Liz. The man is busy, you know, he's building snowmen, making cookies. Do you think he has the time for invites? Oh, that's good to know, that's good to know. As I said, usually you get a nosebleed from like high blood pressure. So probably just drink some tea and like try to recenter yourself, shall we say. Oh, is it? Then I'm not sure. I mean, it could be just some of like blood vessels popped, I guess. Because that happens sometimes too, but... Just TP over, you know, just invent teleportation and come over. Alright, But yeah, Greg just showcased in Discord his absolute baking prowess. The man is making gingerbread for the whole Hungary at that point. Quite cute looking ones as well. Because to be honest, I never baked cookies myself. I only was ever on receiving end. So stuff like that is always impressive to me. Because there's nothing quite like... I don't know about you guys, but for me, a Christmas season, the best part of it is when you go to like your grandma's house and it just smells of like food, you know? And every like New Year, my grandma would bake a bunch of like cookies and like different desserts and whatnot. And my personal favorite is oatmeal raisin cookies, and she would always make them for me from scratch. And I love them. It's like, it's just so soft. I like them soft and chewy. I don't really like them crunchy. Crunchy cookies are not really my thing. I like them nice, soft, and chewy. And whew, you just get there, a nice glass of milk or like hot chocolate. And you know, your evening is sorted. What else do you need? Yeah, go on, Greg. Banana bread. Oof, that's a good one. I'd say yes, because if you give a man a banana bread, you build a connection, you know? Because it shows that you care. Look, as somebody that loves bananas, if somebody gave me banana bread, I would be like, thank you. Because it is a dessert, technically, right? And, you know, you put a little bit of butter on top. You take it with a nice hot cup of tea. I mean, you sorted. Apple pie is a good one, Liz. Because, like, I'm not a big fan of desserts that much, but I do like fruity desserts. And usually during, like, winter season is when my sweet tooth comes out. That is fair enough, Greg. That is fair enough. It's an equivalent exchange, you know? You ever watch Full Metal Alchemist? It's all about you get as much as you give. And if you don't take enough, then they can't expect for you to give. To be honest, I don't think I ever had homemade like banana bread. I only ever had like store-bought, and even store-bought slaps. But it could be because I love bananas, so you know, there's that. And there's another dessert that when I came to UK, I never seen before, but actually it's pretty good, is banoffee pie. The only problem that I have with it is that it's too sweet. Like, the bananas are great in it. Bananas and toffee go really well. The cream kind of just overpowers it, though. You see, without cream, I feel like it would be better. But maybe that's just me. And actually, they took it so far that sometimes you can even get banoffee milkshakes. And I remember having one of those, and it's basically just a slice of banoffee pie blended up with, like, milk and ice cream, I guess. And it's so rich. I remember I finished one, and the guy, like the waiter, brought another one. And I remember looking at him, I was like, I didn't order one. And he looked at us, it was me and a couple friends. And he was like, oh, we thought we haven't made it for you yet. And I was like, well, you clearly have. I already almost finished one. And he was like, oh, that's fine. Would you like to have this anyway? It's on a house. And I looked at my friends. They looked back at me. And I was like, I don't think my waistline can afford this kind of investment, shall we say. So I said, no, just take it to some kid downstairs. It'll be fine. But I just had it to try it out, you know? And I don't think I'll ever have it again because it's way too sweet. I wouldn't be able to stomach it again. I was in sugar coma for like a solid 10 minutes afterwards. Until I had a nice cup of tea and then I was rejuvenated yet again. I mean, the thing is, I feel like making food for your significant other or like friends is always like the most heartwarming thing ever. Because whenever my friend like brings me something homemade, I'm like, man, that's like the sweetest thing ever. Because anybody can buy a gift, you know? And I'd much rather receive something personal like that. Because, for example, on my birthday, a bunch of my friends just make me food. Because I already told them that I don't need anything. Because if I need something, I'll buy it myself. I'd much rather get something, you know, personal like that. Like make me, I don't know, a lasagna or something, you know, something practical. Like give me a sheet of lasagnas that I can eat for like a week, and I'll be happy. But yeah, stuff like that is always much more heartwarming. And it also shows that you care, you know? Because if you make somebody food, you gotta understand what they like, what they dislike. And also understand, like, if they have allergies or whatnot. It takes a little bit more care. I'm never summoning a standard banner again. Look, this is what happens when you guys ask me to summon a standard banner. Do you understand now why I don't do it? Do you understand? The bald man will not leave me alone. Never again. Never again will I listen to you guys. Anyway. I'm getting all the bald man in town. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one with a Kaku on the entire game. Nobody else ever has them because I'm getting them all. I'm the Kaku connoisseur. I'm collecting them like Pokemons. I got like shiny Ikaku. I got bald Ikaku, which is like the regular one. Then I got a gleaming Ikaku. That's, you know, when he puts some WD-40 on his head to make it extra shiny. Such is life, I guess. You can't win them all. As unfortunate as that is. Alright, let's get back to it. I think we're on our 6th reroll now or something. I feel like this is gonna be the one I say on every single time. I think by the time I'm done, Ichigo gonna have nothing but holes inside his stomach. He's been stabbed so many times by Rukia already. The man is a walking knife storage by now. keep mistiming the counters. You get better at that. Says I get pummeled yet again. Okay, there we go. Liz, isn't it like still morning for you and you already think for dinner? Unbelievable. Well, to be honest, I don't know if I'm the only one, but my day usually revolves around what I'm gonna have for dinner. Sometimes. Not always, but in a lot of cases, that's like the thing that I'm looking forward to the most. Like what I'm gonna have for a meal. Because if there's something like quite delicious on the horizon, that makes me just power through the day that much better. Because there's nothing quite like, you know, after a hard day of work, or re-rolling, or, you know, just to name something. No particular correlation. you know, you go in the kitchen and you look at your fridge and you're like, okay, what can I make? And you get inspired by the ingredients you have and you start whipping up a meal, unlike any. And you sit down, enjoy it. Maybe pop like some month on your phone, read it while you eat it, or like watch a video or two. You know, just have a good time. It's always great. And take like a nice hot shower afterwards. You know, feel rejuvenated. And continue conquering the world afterwards. Well, I'm the same way, because usually I take quite a long time to cook things, just because I don't really like rushing when it comes to cooking, because I like, you know, ensure that everything gets prepared properly. Because in a lot of cases, it takes me like a solid hour, sometimes 2 hours to prepare a meal, depending on like what I'm making, obviously. But whenever I see like those recipes, oh, like cook this in 15 minutes, I'm like, well, maybe 15 minutes for you. For me, it's gonna take 45 minutes if I'm lucky. Because, you know, they never take into account the cleanup. Because the cleanup is like the hardest part. Because nobody wants to do it. And the cleanup is half the battle. Because it's all well and good that you actually make the food, but you gotta clean the pans. And a lot of those videos, they use like 10 bajillion pans as well. And you're like, who's cleaning it? I don't have a cleaning crew like you. It's gotta be me that cleans it. So do you expect me to use like 3 different, you know, cast iron pans, 10 different sachets, 20,000 spoons, and a couple forks? Really? Is that what you expect me to use? I know. If the plates magically clean themselves, I feel like cooking would be so much more enjoyable. That's why I don't bake either, because baking is like the hardest mess to clean up. Because, you know, you gotta vacuum afterwards because flour's everywhere. Sprinkle sugar right, left, and center. And then, you know, you gotta clean the sheet pans, clean the oven. And it's like, it's too much work. Well, to be honest, actually, I don't remember the last time I used the oven. Because I cook everything on the stovetop anyway. And it's like, I just never can justify putting things in the oven. Because I know it's convenient. But the thing is, the weight just not worth it, in my personal opinion. it's too much work. So you put something in there for like 45 minutes, and in that amount of time you can cook something on the stove top in half the time. And probably make it twice as good as well. So to me, it's like a portable pan storage, essentially. Where you just shove a bunch of sheet trays and pans in there. Listen. What I learned from Yukihiro Soma is that food is an adventure. You always gotta ensure that whoever tastes your cooking afterwards has an enlightening process, shall we say, and in the process may or may not lose their clothing, metaphorically speaking. Because that's how you know the dish is an absolute banger. Because if the one you're making dish for doesn't have self-realization moment, and for whatever reason undresses themselves into that self-realization moment in their mind, then is it really a good dish? I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, let's see if this attempt will be the one. Listen, Liz, have you watched Food Wars? Because if you have, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Because a sign of a good dish is when your clientele's clothes just explode out of their existence. If that doesn't happen in real life, then that's how you know the dish is not as good as it can be. They need to have explosion of flavor within their mouth. That anime actually made me question everything I know about cooking. Because, you know, Gordon Ramsay told me always it's all about presentation, it's all about the flavors bonding, mixing together, you know, playing a beautiful symphony. And Yukihiro Soma, meanwhile, told me that unless the individuals enjoying your food doesn't have a metaphorical, enlightening experience, then the food is not that good. And that kind of put me at a crossroads within my culinary journey. And I don't know who to believe. Do I believe the anime gods? Or the British bulldog himself? The big G. And I still don't have the answer to that question. I mean, how else would you describe somebody's entire being exploding in every single direction? That's the only way I can describe it. No 5-star. Unfortunate. I know. I know. I felt like if I just said for what it was, it would be a little bit crude, so I tried to make it a little bit more fun. Shall we say. Right, this one's a dud, unfortunately. And I think it's time for my patented signature email to essentially beg for forgiveness from our Lord and Savior Aizen Sama and ask him to bless my pose yet again. That will do. I mean, he does need to help me. I do indeed need help. In more ways than one, that is. What do you mean you want to ask? Do you think that you don't need help from Aizen-sama? Is that what you're trying to imply here, Liz? Come on. We all know that we need some Chair-sama action in our life. When a man just shows up and says, "Welcome to my soul society," in the most endearing way possible, while being strapped to a chair, tell me you don't get butterflies in your stomach. I'm just saying. I know, Liz, I know. That's what Aizen does to you, you know? The first time you see him, he looks like a very unassuming, friendly gentleman that just wants to help everyone. And then when he slicks his hair back, he turns into something a little bit more... something a little bit more special, shall we say. Exactly, exactly. I don't think anybody can say no to that, man. You know? He can ask me to invest all my lovely possessions into his Hogyoku investment scheme, and I'll do it. I won't even ask how much. I'll just do it all. Because that's the kind of thing you do when a gentleman like Aizen is involved. That's why whenever he actually shows up in this game, that's going to be a glorious day. There we go. Right, fish face out of the way. Gotta always appreciate Urahara's leg, you know? Can't go without it. I'm pretty sure by the time I'm done, I'm gonna be able to count exactly how many leg hairs that man has. without even need to look. Listen, Liz, I think that's mission complete. You know, if I entice you to actually play the game, I feel like that's the best outcome. Because, you know, as long as we all having fun, all having a good time, that's all that matters. If we don't get, you know, what we set out to get, that's okay. As long as we have a good time. Because life is a journey, and it's all about what you make out of it. It's not about the end goal. It's about the journey along the way. And even if you know, you get the bald man 5 times in a row instead of a beautifully chisel-jawed, luscious long-haired gentleman like Byakuya, that's just life for you. Sometimes you can't have it all. Sometimes you gotta accept that you gotta have a bald man in your life, and that's okay. That's okay. That's sorted. You know, you can get Kimpashi with a big slicked hair, man. But that's a different. That's a different kind of bald. That's the one spelled with O rather than A. There we go. And quick work of these guys. Oh, hi there, Gudra. Hopefully you're doing great. Glad to have you. Apologies if I don't remember your name, because the way YouTube changed their thing, and now it's like your handle that shows up instead of the previous name, so unless I recognize the profile pic, I have a hard time recognize people. I mean, Liz, it's all about, you know, priorities. Do you want to be accepted by Aizen-sama as a loyal follower, or do you not? It's basically the question of the hour. Because if you do, you know exactly which game you should be playing. I mean, when you see a man like Byakuya, the man like Aizen, I mean, Kisuke as well, you know? The choice is very clear, I'm just saying. And then there's, you know, individuals like Yoruichi on the other side. You know, it's a simple choice is all I'm saying. But the game is really fun, to be honest. I've been having a ball with it. Even though I've been playing the same stages for like the past 12 hours. You wouldn't be the only one. We have quite a few Indian friends, shall we say, who watch me at like 4 5 a.m. whenever I stream, and I always appreciate it. Because it's quite an experience, you know. Because usually, like, on a weekdays, whenever I stream on, like, Thursday and Friday, I do it, like, 8 a.m. And for them, it's already, like, 1 a.m. And they still show up. They still show up. Hi there, Winter. Glad to see you. Absolutely no worries. You know, as the saying goes, happy wife, happy life. That's always the case, Angel. That's always the case. when in doubt, just read a couple cultivation manhwas. That's what I always said. In fact, let me recommend you a good one. I found a decent one lately, and it's called Crazy Leveling System. Try that one. It's pretty good. It has like 100 chapters. It's not the most outstanding one, but I think you'll have a ball. Okay, there we go. Absolute Regression is a good one. That's a really good one. The thing is, anything on Ashura scans is kind of goated for the most part. There's some that are a little bit more mid than others, but you know. One of my personal favorites is my boy Gucci G, you know. I just can't, you know. I gotta put respect on my boy's name. Alrighty, let's see what we get this time. I mean, either one, Angel, both are good. Look, Liz, I'm an enigma. I know a lot of things and I maximize my free time as much as possible. And usually when I go to work, I like read manhwa, and also at work during like lunch breaks, I read manhwa. I read manhwa essentially whenever I have free time. That's what I always do. Very nice, Winter. You've been grinding, I see. Absolute Regression is goated. It's probably one of the best takes on like cultivation manhwa to begin with, because it's such a refreshing look on cultivation genre in total. Because usually they speedrun like the first few levels. But in this manhwa, it's taking its time, but in the best way possible. I would actually strongly recommend it as well. It doesn't have a lot of chapters right now, but the chapters it does have are really good. Okay, let's see. Can we get Ichigo this time? Unfortunately not. Oh well. We did get Ichigo, not the right kind though. Not the right kind. Well, that's the reason why I recommend it for you, because I know that you're a man of special taste, shall we say, Angel. I mean, Winter, sometimes, you know, your first account is your luckiest one, and unfortunately, for me, that's never the case. I always have to reroll in order to get what I want to get, but that's okay. As I said, as long as we're having fun in the process, that's all that matters. Alright. Angel, contain yourself. It is a decent extra amount of plot. It has like, I think 100 chapters, and the it has a pretty good plot as well. I appreciate it, Winter. I appreciate it. It's all good. It's Sunday, you know. I'm not in a hurry to go anywhere. It's already dark outside at 4 p.m. So you know that's the British life in a nutshell. We all go into hibernation during winter, not going anywhere. So it's all good. Plus, gotta practice my dodges, my counter attacks, and you know, just gameplay in general. This is like equivalent of protagonist not leaving the tutorial until he gets to the max skill level, and then just goes out and slaughters anything and everything in sight. That's what I like to believe we're doing here. I'm just mastering my blade until I reach the true enlightenment and become one with it. That is fair, Angel, that is fair. Ah, the thing is, funny that you mentioned winter, because I used to love One Punch Man, and I just saw the new season was such an unbelievable mess that it's just funny with every single episode what they do. Because even as somebody that haven't watched it, I know all about it. Just because of how much people clowning on it. And I find it so funny that some people hoping that season 4 will be amazing. Because it's like, do you understand what's going on right now? How do you take it from what it is now, which literally sometimes like 3 frames per one scene, and you make it amazing for next season, when Bandai literally doesn't care? Because if they did care, they would have pulled it off, and they said, look, we're sorry, we're gonna redo it, and we'll come back better next year. Instead, they just keep rolling them out. Keep churning them out. In fact, did you know that I think episode 6 was the lowest rated episode of any anime of all time? I think it had like 2.4. And it's even lower than X-Arms, which is widely considered as the worst anime of all times. Do you understand what that means? As beloved of IP as One Punch Man is, this is just doing them so dirty that it can't be even put into words. But I saw a gif of King walking, I think in episode 5 or whatever it was. And that's like the funniest thing I've ever seen, because the man literally does the most off the cuff JoJo walk I've seen in my life. I know. Murata is an absolute legend, and yet Bandai just doing him so dirty. Because if you ever read One Punch Man manhwa, manga, my brain, manga, you'll understand that that stuff is good. Like, I read manga and it was amazing. I loved every second of it. I mean, you see Goro in manga fighting for the first time, stuff was good. And it's so sad because, like, the first season was so good. The second season was okay, but the first season was so awesome. They, like, set the precedent for it to be such an amazing anime in general. But now it's just kind of like, you know, they took the beloved IP and then dropped it in the ground and just started stomping all over it. Just to squeeze some lunch money out of it. And it's like, no. Because don't do it at all, you know. I'd much rather not have anime than have whatever that is. Because I can't even call it animation. It's like a PowerPoint presentation in disguise, you know? I'm pretty sure I had more frames when I was doing my coursework back in college. Pulling up some Excel spreadsheets and, you know, showcasing my calculations that way, and then just doing some slideshows. That's essentially what it is. And it's just kind of sad. However, we do get a lot of memes out of it, so there is the meme culture do being good every time One Punch Man episode drops. The thing is, the games, are such an unbelievable letdown as well, because there's, I think, 3 or 4 One Punch Men, and all of them suck. And that's so sad, because, like, as I said, the anime is great, but the problem is the games are just run by essentially people who don't care about them. Like, I think one of them was from Crunchyroll, wasn't it? And they just don't bother doing anything with it. They just, like, left it in the dust. Because I tried them all, and at first they were kind of fun, but it's just, you know. With a lot of, like, anime IP games, at least nowadays, they just treat them like a quick cash cow and then just abandon them immediately. Because when you think about it, there's only a few, like, really good anime-based games. Like, for example, for One Piece, there's One Piece Treasure Cruise, who... one of the oldest ones, and that one's really good. You have for Bleach Brave Souls, and now this game, because Bleach had a lot of adaptation games as well, and almost all of them sucked, except Bleach Brave Souls, but now we have this game, which hopefully will revive the Bleach genre a little bit more. For Naruto, I think there's one, like, Boruto Universe or whatever. I never played it, but I know that one's really popular. And, I think that's about it. There's no there's, I think, One Piece Bounty Rush, which is like some glorified capture the flag game, but I never understood it, to be honest. I know it's relatively popular, but honestly don't get it. Well, look, I have a good feeling about this one because, Winter, Crunchyroll made the other games themselves, but this one is not made by them. They're only hosting it. Because if they made it, then I would be worried. But since they're just hosting it, I'm just hopeful that the actual developers will not let them, you know, go astray with it. And I think it's relatively popular as well. I mean, they had 15 million pre-downloads, you know, registered for, which probably equates to about 1 million downloads, because, let's be real, not all people downloaded it. But I do have, like, hope for this game. Because all they need to do, really, is just kind of copy what Bleach Brave Souls did, and, like, introduce some sort of, like, co-op mechanics, and maybe PvP in the future, if they really wanted to. I mean, PvP is whatever. Not particularly caring for that, but definitely some co-op stuff, and I think this game will thrive, to be honest, because it is essentially Bleach Brave Souls with, like, better graphics, in a nutshell, really, when you think about it. But yeah, I guess only time will tell, and I think putting on PC client will actually allow people to play it a little bit more readily too, because not everyone wants to play on their phone with these kinds of games. I mean, pretty much, Liz, pretty much. I'm at least 5% of the entire player base of this game at this point. I'm pulling my own weight for Crunchyroll LLC to, you know, showcase the good numbers. So if you guys getting, like, rewards for download milestones, just remember, that's because of me. Like, they'll announce that they surpassed, like, 10 million tomorrow, and there's gonna be like, yeah, but about 1 million of those were me. So I'm about 10% of the player base. What do you mean you greatly disappointed me? Why? What did I do, Angel? Look, Angel, what can I do? I wasn't the one translating the manhwa. It is what it is. I mean, you seek death is also pretty common. I think they do say you caught in death in there. It just, you know, sometimes you gotta mix it up. You can't just be coding death all the time. There's only so much coding one man can do. Come on, Angel. It's a good one. I'm telling you. Just keep reading. You'll appreciate it. Well, the thing is, Winter, I'm actually glad they haven't rushed it too much. Because the thing is, they still have a few, like, little bugs here and there. Like, some volume levels or whatnot. I'd much rather for games to release, like, when they're fully ready, than just to speedrun them. Because, a prime example of that, I don't know if you guys paid attention, but there was a new, like, Kaiju number 8 game, which I played for a little bit. And it felt so rushed because the game literally had almost zero content to do from day one. You literally only had to do story mode, and then they had some limited, like, tower type, gameplay. And that was about it, which took like 40 minutes to complete. And the game was so easy, there was no co-op, there was literally zero things to do. And it clearly felt super rushed, and it was only because Kaiju number 8 anime was, releasing. So they wanted to capitalize on, like, anime instead of perfecting the game and, actually making it, like, super good. Because the gameplay was fine, it wasn't anything, bad or anything like that, but it just wasn't fun. And that was a problem because there was nothing to do. So we just, like, log in to, like, spend your stamina within 5 minutes and then kind of log out. And I kind of quit after a month because I was like, this is just not fun. And that's the kind of thing I feel like the more game devs should just avoid, capitalize on, like, hype and whatnot. Because if you make a good game, the hype will follow. Because a good game is always welcome. And the thing is, word spreads around. In a lot of cases, if the game is actually playable, it's enjoyable, it's fun, people will recommend it to others. I mean, I never played Roblox, but that is kind of funny. But then again, Roblox has like 1 billion players, so it wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, those kind of games, they feel like kind of like a cash grab, Its core definition to capitalize on, like, hype and people's talking about the actual IP instead of releasing when it's fully baked, you fully have all the options optimized, you have, like, the end game unlocked, you have, like, plans on what you're gonna do for future and whatnot, maybe give, like, a roadmap of some kind, introduce, like, player feedback, where people can just share their opinion and be like, okay, what do you think about this, that, the other, and then take it back into the kitchen and be like, okay, what can we cook with this? That's the kind of thing that I feel like a lot of games should be doing more. And then you, like, have an actual chance of longevity for a game to happen. League, huh? Listen, Liz, saying League is a good game is like saying cocaine is not that bad for you. It's just not really true now, is it? I'm just kidding. As somebody that plays League, it's a special kind of experience. It's, I wouldn't recommend it, but it's worth experience at least once. Just to understand why you shouldn't. Nothing, unfortunately. Okay, let's see the singles. Honor of Kings, I heard about that one before, but I think there's quite a lot of, like, League clones, I guess you can say, on mobile store nowadays. I'm just kidding, Liz. I'm just kidding. I play League myself, so I'm not much better. It's not like I have a moral high ground to stand on. But I'm just saying, if you play League casually, and you don't play ranked, I feel like that's the only way you can enjoy the game. If you play ranked, you're essentially signing up for a very elaborate torture scheme where you just go through 7 circles of hell, both mentally and physically, and in the process you trying to understand, where it all went wrong. Does Tencent own Riot? Huh, I didn't know that. Interesting. I'm surprised Riot actually sold the company, because like Riot, when you think about it, is probably one of the biggest game companies in the world, besides like, you know, the obvious ones like Nintendo and whatnot. But like their IP is so huge and they have such a massive reach that you wouldn't think they would be struggling for money to sell themselves. Well, that's interesting. I mean, I don't know if it makes any difference, to be honest, because I'm not familiar with like Tencent as a company. But Riot been doing a good job. I mean, the games are good, I guess. So only time will tell if it's beginning of the end or not, I guess. Oh, really? Okay. I wasn't familiar with them, but then again, I never played really PUBG because I'm not like person shooter connoisseur, so I wasn't aware of that. So I guess they do have quite a bit of pull themselves then. And Honor of Kings, isn't that the biggest mobile game in the world? And I think second biggest app besides like TikTok and whatnot. So that makes sense. So they probably have quite a bit of cash lying around, so shall we say. So buying Riot probably just like dropping a bucket for them. Because I remember there was a story about like Middle Eastern company buying EA recently. And that was interesting. And also, I think they invested quite a lot of money into esports in general. Because esports, as far as I know, is a pretty money deficient industry, shall we say. Because it's like a never-ending money pit where no matter how much money you throw in there, it's never profitable. Which is kind of sad, because esports is cool, you know? The idea of you being able to be good at a game and then go on like a big stage and play it in front of like a massive crowd and make a living out of it is an awesome idea. But apparently as a business model, it's not that profitable because they don't have really that much like advertisement prowess, because it's not like TV where they, you know, control ads out of wazoo. But apparently Middle East invested like a bunch of money into them, which is interesting, and will remain to be seen how they're gonna change it, because it might be, you know, mid-roll ads now on every like league tournament and whatnot, where you have to sit through like 10 minutes of ads before you can watch Fake dominate the game or something. But it's interesting to see how the industries like that develop. Absolutely no worries, Winter. Hopefully you don't get scolded too hard. And good night. Yeah, go on, Liz. I'm listening. In what regard? You mean like the promotional music video? Because I haven't yet. Did it release already? Because I know it usually gets released like November, isn't it? No, I know you're talking about League. You didn't have to mention it, because when somebody mentions Worlds, I constantly just think of League. I don't think of like football or something, you know? That's not the kind of man I am. But do tell, is there like a hot tea going on? Did Faker like decimate everybody doing pentakills left, right, and center? No, I know finals happened, but I don't know like what was the whole outlook, because I didn't keep up with it. I was too busy playing Duet Night Abyss, so I didn't have time to watch it. I feel like you're about to tell me something crazy, like somebody stood up, walked to the opposite team, took their PC away and just smashed it on the ground, went back to their seat and won the game. And the referees were like, well, it's not against the rules, technically. Okay, there we go. Stretch a little bit. Ensure my joints are nice and primed. Okay, this might make me sound old. I have no idea who K1 is. T1 I'm obviously knowledgeable about, but I no idea who they are, but go on. Casey, okay. No, it's fine. There's no worries. I thought maybe there was like T1 fans that just made it their own team. I think I heard of KT. I'm not familiar with their players, but I think I heard of it. Yeah. I mean, League is dominated by South Korean teams nowadays. Those gentlemen are built different. Like I'm obviously always impressed by just the level of prowess they can showcase, because that's kind of dexterity that I can only wish to achieve. But anyway, sorry, yeah, go on. Don't want to interrupt your story. Right, time to discipline the noise, brother, yet again for the 1000th time. You would think this man would learn by now, but I guess not so. Okay, there we go. Stand's broken. Now we can unload fully. Was it Faker himself? Did they ban like his Zed, LeBlanc, and I don't know. I don't quite remember who. Ari, I guess. Because I guess he's pretty known for that. It wasn't... What is the point? Faker is the biggest threat. You ban all of his... but then again, Faker is the kind of man that will take Zac mid and probably still steamroll everyone. But yeah, go on. I mean, Dr. Mundo is a bloody menace. I remember playing against him a lot, and even before he was fully redone, he was such an annoying character to deal with. I don't think you have to. That's the thing about Dr. Mundo. You can literally play him with your eyes closed and win the game. Because he'll is so unbelievably grossly overpowered. And his damage reduction is so high that you can't even kill him if you tried. I literally played against Dr. Mundo like a year ago, and the man literally started killing people under the tower. He didn't care. He would just literally waltz up, and it was, I think, support Dr. Mundo of all things. And he would just, just throw his cleaver, slow them down with lightning, and then just Caitlyn would just pick them off. I was like, okay, well, fair enough. A bit fair enough. And let me guess, he made a pentakill later with Mundo. I kind of like that, because the thing is that's what I mean. Like, you don't actually have to be good at the game. You just have to have good teammates. Oh, jeez. That's why I never understood. Because, like, what is the point of blocking top anyway? Nobody cares about the tanks. It's all about blocking your AD carries and, your mid. Those are the two threats. Maybe the jungle. Maybe the jungle if the jungle is really a big threat. I never blocked a single top character. I don't care about them. It's like they might as well not be there. They just live in their own little island world. Just playing with minions and each other while they're at it. Meanwhile, the real work is getting down under. That's why the real deal's happening. But that is kind of funny, to be honest. Expected, though. Expected. It just shows you don't have to be necessarily good at the game to be a professional esports player. Because, the perspective is that if you play professionally, you can play any character to a certain level, But that's not always the case. In a lot of situation, those like professional esports players, they master like 2-3 characters, and if you ban them, they pretty much don't know what to do. So stuff like this happens. And it is what it is. That's why you always gotta have at least 4 characters you're good at. Because even if the ban the 3 you can play against, at the bare minimum, you have the 4th pick. I remember that. I had that happen in Masters games as well. I literally had some people who had the audacity to show up in a ranked game and be like, by the way, guys, trying out the champ, so might suck. And I'm like, excuse me? Excuse me? What did you say to me? You tell me I'm gonna waste 30 minutes for you to try on a champ in a ranked game. You know where you try on a champ? In a RAM. That's where you try champs. Or like a regular, Summoner's Rift. No, in a ranked game. But, yeah, it is what it is. Hey there, lady, glad to see you. But yeah, trying to get our boy Ichigo and either Urahara or Byakuya, so far no luck, but we're trying our best. We're trying our best. Probably we'll switch it up a little bit later. Let's do 3. Okay, let's get back to the grind. I mean, to be honest, that is kind of funny that they thought of him as such a big threat that they ban everything. Yeah, Liz, but you're forgetting. The Faker is an absolute menace in a human form. The man can win the game himself, even if he didn't try. Do you think just anyone can get a $500 skin? Come on. You gotta have certain prowess level in order to achieve such a fit. And only that man can do that. Because, I mean, I remember the Worlds, like, 2016 was it? Those were, like, the crazy times, you know, when one of the, like, Ramus almost destroyed the Nexus in one of the games. And that's when Faker was playing the Ryzen, you know? The good old times. When his Ryzen was actually feared. Because he was the only guy that played Ryzen, and he was terrifying with him. Meanwhile, everybody else that tried him could barely even lend the Q. If they tried. I see. I mean, to be honest, it does take balls to go into actual professional game and just take a random character and be like, okay, I'll try this guy. Because that's something I would do, you know, but in a ranked game, I would be like, okay, you banned my Yasuo and Zed, what else can I do? I'll pick Jin mid, you know? See how that goes. Well, the thing is, I feel like a lot of people have this perspective, as I was saying, about professional esports players, that they mastered like the entire game. And they can play anyone and everyone, but in a lot of cases, as I mentioned, they usually master only a handful of characters, and then they just only play them without deviating even slightly. So if you block them all, as you said, they pretty much just don't know what to do. That's why I always appreciated people like Faker, who just takes random characters and just plays with them on mid. That just takes balls, you know? Because not everybody can do it. I mean, I haven't played League in ages, but I used to be quite invested in esports, watching League, and every time I would see like outplays by people, that would like inspire me to actually go and play and be better myself. Because the main reason why I played the Zed so much was because I saw Faker like outplay everybody on Zed in one of the worlds, where he went with like, I think sliver HP, he did a pentakill from memory. And he just did it so cleanly that I was like, wow, I want to do the same. And that will like spark me to try out Zed. And I took him all the way to Masters. And, you know, I was never obviously as good as the man himself. But it made me want to improve and, you know, actually try out the characters themselves. Because if I see somebody being really good at the game, I don't see it from the point of, oh, wish it was me, you know? I was looking at it like, wow, that's kind of cool. I wonder if I can do the same, you know? And Yasuo, I made Yasuo because, you know, I was a man of class, culture, and enlightenment. And everybody that disagreed with me and banned him, I made sure to let them know the piece of my mind in chat. By typing very nicely, very politely, and in very endearing manner, that I in fact did not like them. And that is about it. Listen, Liz, it's no red flag, it's called being cultured. You wouldn't understand. It's not my fault that Yasuo is a goat. It's your fault for not playing him. I take the best tools for the job. And my job is to upset as many players as humanly possible in a single game. Both teammates and enemies alike. Teammates for stealing their kills, and enemies for demolishing their hopes and dreams of succeeding in the game. Unbelievable, Liz. You telling me that doing a pentakill within the first 10 minutes of the game with the greatest man that ever graced that game is a red flag? Come on. And all I had to do was press Q a couple times and throw the whirlwind and maybe put a wall occasionally, but that's very unlikely. And maybe press E a couple times. You were telling me that doesn't require precision, skill, dedication, and prowess unlike Kenny? Preposterous, truly. I don't even know how you would come to such a conclusion. I didn't do that. Okay, I draw a line there. I don't like showing that off. Because I feel like that's just dumb. They're just such a pointless taunt. I never actually taunted anyone. Because I always felt that was kind of low. Because capitalizing on your opponent's annoyance, it's just not a good look. You know? I always valued honor. Look, as I said, I played the guy because I liked him. I didn't play because I was a toxic 12-year-old. That was a little bit too edgy for my own good. As I said, there's different kinds of mains. It's like saying that anyone that plays Master Yi is AFK in half the time, you know, pressing Q and just hoping for the best. It's just not true. Sometimes people just like easy gameplay, you know? They don't want to challenge themselves mentally and play somebody like LeBlanc where you have to pay to 20 different things at the same time. It's just how life is sometimes. I always valued honor, you know? Whenever I played Yasuo, I would always go to the mid and I would always play my flute for my enemies, you know, just to ensure that we have a nice, peaceful connection first. We meet each other. And if you if you come across a fellow Yasuo main, you know, you always gotta touch tips with your Q. That's how we show respect to each other, you know? You come in, you stare at each other, you play your flute, and then before the match starts, you touch the tips of your sword. And then you unleash the battle of wits. Because if you have never seen Yasuo versus Yasuo, it's quite an experience. Listen, it might be true, Liz, but sometimes people just play it because they like the cool swords. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, Zed was my main. Yasuo was my second main. You know, I always main that first. So I'm not that far gone. balance is a little bit of an overstatement, to be honest. Because all I would usually do was pick either one of them and just hope for the best. I never did like the counter pick. That wasn't my game plan. I just picked Zed or Yasuo and just hoped that whoever picked the other character didn't play like LeBlanc or something. Or Lux, you know. Nope. I didn't even care about the builds, to be honest, because I never pre-made any builds. I just went with situation, like whatever called my name is what I chose. Which I feel like is a much more fun way to play. Because if you have like a predetermined build in mind, that's just not fun for anyone, you know? You gotta make every single game special. I just always use face check for runes, to be honest. And whatever it told me, that's what I used. Because I never cared enough to actually make my own builds. Okay, let's see if we can get something good. No 5-star, unfortunately. See if the singles will treat us good. And not bad. I mean, for ranked is a different kind of worms, I guess, Liz, but I still didn't care. As I said, I like to live life on the edge. Alright, back to Rerolling we go. Unfortunately, so far no Ichigos. You hate to see it, but we'll get there, we'll get there. We're only 2.5 hours in. This will do. I mean, the thing is, I'm out of practice list, so I'm not as good as I used to be. I'm still probably would be decent because, you know, it's muscle memory for the most part, but I did come back like about half a year ago. I just played a couple games in a RAM, and I did play Zed briefly. And to be fair, I was a little bit rusty, but I had like 5 kills, 1 death, and like 20 assists or something, so it was okay, but back in a heyday, I would have tripled that easy. Not just kills, but also death. At the bare minimum. But the problem is, I used to play really like aggressively back in the day, because I didn't really do like the trade-offs. I would rather just go full in, and I lost the edge, shall we say. Nowadays, I'm a little bit more careful. You know, with age comes patience, and with patience, it unfortunately the vigor fades slightly. But then again, I did play Jin as well, and that's my boy. You know, you pull out your ult, the almighty rifle of doom, and just snipe a couple people, and that makes you feel good. I mean, technically yes, but you know, I did do it to myself because I could just not play it. And the thing is, it's just a good look back on like what I used to be like for me to play video games back in a very distant 2010s. I mean, it's always nice to take a peek like what new characters they released and whatnot, just to see like what's happening. Oh, I love Jin. Ever since the day he came out, he was like the GOAT for me. Because I just like his playstyle a lot, you know, just marking enemies, stunning them. And in a ramp, he's especially more fun because, you know, you throw your little Q, mark all the enemies, and just pop off your W, and then stun them all, let your team pile up on them, meanwhile you just bust out your ultimate, and just finish the job. I always like fast gameplay as well. That's usually the way I go to. Because slow and steady was never my thing. That's why I never played top, really. I did try to master LeBlanc, like, for a while, but her gameplay is just too much to pay attention to. So I never really got used to her. That is true, that is true. I mean, that's why he's an actor, you know? Everything he does is a form of art. Ever heard of the phrase, art is an explosion? Well, Jin took it literally. And explodes everything and anything in sight. proof he's not. I can see that. I mean, I wouldn't argue with that, but to be honest, that is just a little bit easier to manage because you don't have to worry about like your mana or anything. And also your clone doesn't move like LeBlanc, so it's a little bit easier to, you know, actually maneuver with him. I mean, it's to each their own, I guess, Liz. Fair enough. I guess it's all about practice. Whoever you play with the most is probably the one that easier for you. I played with that for like solid 5 years altogether, so to me he's relatively simple, but I do get it. I forgot to count it. No idea. I mean, I guess it depends on, like, your preference. Because for the most part, even the character is similar enough. Sometimes you just get one and not the other. I had similar thing with, like, when I tried Yasuo's brother. I couldn't understand his gameplay at first, because they kind of, like, similar enough. But it took me a while to actually get used to him, and I still wasn't particularly great at him. Because his gameplay is a little bit different, even though the moveset is similar enough. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see if this attempt will yield us anything good. So far, I haven't seen a single Ichigo, which is, you know, no ideal, shall we say. Would like to see at least one. And I refuse to go for the standard after the disgrace that we witness in a bold form. I'm not about the life. That is fair, Liz. For me, it's like his like pullback mechanic, where he can pull his spirit out and like attack. That kind of could be a double-edged sword sometimes, because if you pop it up in the wrong place and the enemy just waits for you, it's a little bit tricky. At least with Yasuo Z, you kind of can escape if need be. But with Yone, you can't really do that. So use high risk, high reward, I'd say. Alright, let's see if we can get him this time. Still nothing. Oh, this hurts. Well, let's try singles, I guess. It is what it is. Let's get back to the Thunderdome. Of re-rolling it. Ah. Alright. We got time talking about League, Liz? Fair enough. I mean, I'm surprised you're still that passionate, because from what I've seen, I thought you already quit. But I guess you still can't quite let go. Liz, don't tempt me. Unfortunately, my frame is not quite as large to play such colossal individual, shall we say. I don't think I could. They're too small for my frame. I would just look too goofy. Can you imagine, like an almost 2-meter tall Hilichurl just prancing around? That would be terrifying, honestly. That would put a whole new spin on Genshin universe. I don't know about that, Liz. I'm pretty sure those guys are like 3 meters tall. Alright, so that's out of the way. This is probably actually the most annoying fight, not even the acid wire one. Just because this guy doesn't have any, like, breakage point. It takes a while to actually beat. Which is surprising considering he's the first enemy you fight. What do you mean? I am not. I am tall and mighty, 6'4" Liz, and you know that, and I know that, and I know that you know that. Actually, let me turn up the light a little bit, because my old peepers need a little bit of sunlight in order to function. Because I need to keep them nice and primed to appreciate Eisen later. Okay, there we go. That's a little bit better. Actually, I also need to take a water break because I haven't been hydrated in the past 3 hours. That's not good. Alright, now I feel alive again. Nothing quite like a bit of green tea to fuel your re-rolling conquest. You ran out of green tea, how? Liz, I don't know how you're surviving, honestly. If I run out of tea, I'm pretty much just, I don't know what to do with my life. It's like, whew, that's elixir of gods. You're always gonna have at least worthwhile to last you a couple years in case, you know, things go down south and you need to lay low for a while. Yesterday, Liz, you see, if I ever ran out of tea, I would be in a grocery store looking for one within the next 5 minutes. Or me realizing that I don't have any. Because that's the kind of thing you never want to run out of. It's like running out of water, you know? It's just something you never do. Guys out of the way. That's good, Liz. That's what I like to hear. As existing without tea is not a very bright one. I was about to say, where's that guy going? I see. It's your body basically telling you they didn't have green tea for a while, and it's like self-defense mechanism. It alerts you. The green tea leaves shall be procured as soon as possible. Otherwise, unwanted consequences may occur. As human body is not meant to last without such precious liquid within your system. For extensive periods of time at least. always keep forgetting to do counters. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. Alright, that's good. I mean, 6 hours is a prolonged period of time. And the only time that's acceptable was when you're, you know, in dreamland. If you're awake for 6 hours without sleep, that's too much. Your body can only last maybe an hour tops. That's if you're lucky, you know? It's okay, Liz, your secret is safe with me. I would never dare to divulge your moment of weakness. Alright, we're almost at the time yet again. Let's see if this time the gacha gods will bless us. We've only been doing it for 3 hours and I already feel like we've been doing it for 10 years. That's what Rerolling does to a man. Alright, Ichigo, come on. We've been doing this for a while now. Please show up. Oh, you hate to see it. It is what it is, Liz. It's okay. Ooh. I actually quite enjoy wearing oversized clothes, because especially at home, because it just feels so much more comfortable than like being restrained by like, instead of a large shirt, I buy like XLs, and they're just so much more freeing when you're at home, you know? You just feel nice, loosey-goosey, shall we say? That's the way to go, honestly. Alright, back in the Thunderdome we go. Another day, another reroll, as I say. This must would have felt like living in Groundhog Day in their movie. Just repeating the same thing over and over again. Because you know the saying that the insanity is basically doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results to occur? And I feel like that's why I'm stepping onto the path of insanity. Just trying to chase a dream. Wait, did the game freeze? I think the game froze. Okay. Well, let's... I guess I'll need to... The game just suddenly decided to crash on me. I think our re-rolling prowess was too great for it to handle. Okay, let me quickly reboot it. Just give me a second. I mean, I might as well be. I might as well be. Is it now? Is it? Oh, wait, what? Oh, don't. What's going on? Can a man just re-roll in peace? Okay, let me try to redo that again. I'm pretty sure they have. I think Crunchyroll LLC is coming up to me. I think they realize what's happening and why their servers are overloaded. And have been all this while. Okay, I think we're fine now. I think crisis averted. I think Crunchyroll LLC went off my trail. They realized that they couldn't catch me. I'm too fast for them. I'm like Sonic, you know, constantly falling down, ducking and rolling. And they can't possibly perceive how fast I'm moving. Hi there, Kojo. Hopefully doing great. Rerolling for Ichigo and either Kisuke or Byakuya. Together. Just need two of them. Ichigo obviously the main one, and either Kisuke or Byakuya, and then I'll get another one from Selector. Just want to try out pretty much that team, because all three characters I enjoy. And that's the plan. I mean, I spent yesterday like 9 hours trying to achieve that, and unfortunately without much success. So, trying to see if today will be the day. Because this might be, like I said before, about 69-part series. Or be just constantly trying to reroll. For a dream. And yet that bald man Ikaku just keep chasing after me. Like a dog after a bone, he just can't let me go. I know, let's try with capital T. That is exactly right. I mean, eventually there's gonna be no more Ikakus left. There's only so many Ikakus one man can get before they just ran out of stock, you know? And I feel like as soon as I take the entire possession of Ikakus in Crunchyroll LLC, they will finally realize that perhaps I've been good enough to obtain somebody else. For now, we're just gonna keep grinding, keep doing what we're doing, and hope for the best. That's all one man can do. Right, the fish face is gone. Now onto the toros. Let's keep going. I mean, you know, that's probably the point that where I will reach of like getting enlightened and being one with the blade just by watching Ichigo keep doing this over and over again. I mean, to be honest, in anime, Ichigo had like a blue Reiatsu rather than the yellow one anyway. So this is not quite as authentic. And somebody that watched Bleach twice in a row, I would know a thing or two about it. But the animations are pretty clean, to be honest. So, you can probably move it. Or else learn it how to move in this exact same manner. If you put your mind to it, that is. There we go. Right, a couple more. This guy's going. Pop an ult. Well, that's probably all the tiredness catching up with you all at once. That's usually how it goes, you know? You wake up after like no lot of sleep and you feel fine. But then a couple hours afterwards, unfortunately, the drowsiness catches up to you. Happens to me way too often. Because usually on the weekends, I don't sleep a lot. I sleep like 5-6 hours, tops, if I'm lucky. And more times than not, I do want to take like a midday nap. And if there's something that you need clarification to see how old of a man I am, it's basically if you take afternoon naps, you might as well be 87. Because I definitely feel like it occasionally. Oh, very nice, AJ. Glad to hear it. That's basically all you want, really. Either Ichigo or Urahara. Hi there, Sadvik. Glad to see you. How you doing, big man? I'm calling us old, Liz. We are the octogenarians of the group, you know? It's just how it is. We can't help ourselves. Being in your mid-20s is might as well be being in your mid-80s at this point. It's too old. Because you essentially just have another, like, good couple years before you reach 30, and at that point, might as well retire. You already did everything you could. It's only gonna go downhill from there. So far, unfortunately not a lot. We got a lot of bold men and a few Ichigos along the way, but unfortunately, we didn't get the myth, the man, the legend, Byakuya or Urahara. And, you know, that's just unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you know, the bald man just couldn't help himself but get attached to me for whatever reason. He wants to challenge me to a duel of honor, and I keep rejecting him. Saying no today. But that's okay. Well, you see, Liz, when you're younger, you can afford to take naps. When you're old, not so much. Got stuff to do, people to see, things to accomplish. No time for naps. Do you think Kisuke and Byakuya are gonna get themselves, Liz? Come on. Yep, it is what it is. I mean, I got him so far 5 times. The only non-limited characters that I got were Ikaku 5 times, I got once Yoriichi, and once Kamamura. Who are literally the 3 characters that I didn't look for. Absolutely, Sadvik, absolutely. I mean, you might as well retire straight after high school, you know? Because at that point, like, the only thing that waits you in the future is employment. And do you really want to go down that path? You might as well just call it there and be like, you know what? I'm out. Just sit in a reclining chair on a porch complaining about the youth of today and eating, like, plum pudding or something. You know, living the life. Kamamura is fun, but the problem is he doesn't have a good team yet to make him shine. So getting him is not ideal. And the thing is, Bankai Ichigo, Urahara, and Byakuya just make him so much better that it's not even close. Like every other character just don't compare for now. The only exception will be in the future when obviously new limited characters arrive. Because I think the next one is Bankai Toshiro. And with Bankai Toshiro, the Tosen will be extremely good because Tosen buffs your eyes damage by 30%. So he's gonna be like the must-have for him. So technically you can just prep for like Toshiro. if you don't care that much about Ichigo, and just go full on your Ice team later. Because Ice team is a little bit more universal, since Ichigo's team only is good for like striker, or slasher rather, type characters. So you're kind of limited with your attributes. But with freeze teams, you can just pull whoever has freeze type based attack, and that's quite a lot of characters who do. So that is how it is. With that being said, we're here yet again. Can we get Ichigo this time? Let's see. Oh. Still nothing. Yep. But unfortunately, I don't know. He doesn't look particularly hot right now. I mean, we still have a couple pulls, so maybe. But I don't know, I don't know. Doesn't look particularly promising. Well, I do say that I did get a couple times Ichigo on singles, so there was that. But unfortunately, so far, no luck. I'm pretty sure millennials are already in their 30s by now, and I doubt there's anybody with that much of prowess, I would say, would be sticking around, but you never know. You never know. I mean, I have a sneaky suspicion that Greg could be, in fact, 96 years old, you know? Sometimes that little man just seems a little bit too old for his own good. 1920, Sadvik, Gary writes, I am a loud and proud centenarian, and I'll let you know, and respect me as such. Exactly, Sadvik. I'm glad you understand your mistakes and you corrected your ways. So I'll forgive you. Take this opportunity to stretch a little bit. Gonna get my old bones going. No, but Crunchyroll equals faster rerolling because unfortunately you can't delete your guest accounts. So doing it through Crunchyroll is a little bit more efficient, shall we say? Because it only takes like what, 1 minute to essentially make a new account. You would assume that would give you more just to entice you to sign up to their services. But then again, I'm pretty sure I'm accountable for at least 10% of their customer clientele at this point, after rerolling as much as I did. So in fact, I should be getting preferential treatment, if anything. And getting me all the luck that the game has to offer. But unfortunately, that's not the case. In fact, Crunchyroll LLC infiltrated my game and made it crash not that long ago. So I think this is not the kind of treatment I deserve personally, but it is what it is. I mean, 20% is pretty generous, Liz, because, you know, Crunchyroll has at least 200 people, you know, and I only did about, what, 30 times or so? listen, sometimes you get a gift and you might rather not receive any, you know? Because just because you're getting a gift doesn't mean you have to be appreciative of it, Liz. Sometimes certain gifts belong in trash. And unfortunately, the bald man is one of them. I've had enough bald man already, okay? I don't need any more. Oh, that's awesome, because I never read manga, like, the beginning of Bleach. I only started reading after the... Like, after he regained his powers. And basically, you know, went against Kuga. That was basically as far as I watched anime, and then I straight up picked up from manga. So I never seen the beginning of Bleach in, like, drawn form, shall we say. But that sounds awesome. Because, like, I always wanted to have a bunch of, like, physical manga, but the problem that I have is that I'm not the kind of man to reread a manga if I read it once, so it just always kind of seemed a bit wasteful to buy, like, a physical copy of it. Because, I don't know. I just would feel so bad for it to just sit on a shelf collecting dust, you know? Because if I was, like, reading it all the time and, you know, rereading it and whatnot, then I would feel justified getting it. Otherwise, it just... I don't know. It's the same principle why I don't get pets, is because I would just feel bad leaving them alone at home all the time. And what would I do with a full shell of manga, leaving them by themselves, without somebody to take care of them all the time and read them? That's just not the kind of man I want to be. The only exception to that, I wouldn't mind getting, like, Berserk. Because Berserk is a very special manga for me. And considering the author unfortunately tragically passed away quite a while back at this point, but that would be, like, the only one where I would be, like, justified in getting it, just for the sake of, you know, paying homage to the man that made it. And I'm pretty sure they're not gonna continue it, probably for the better, to be honest. And it just would be a nice, like, relic of time, shall we say. I mean, you can always just, you know, leave it to the side, Liz. You don't have to wear it right now. But I do understand the priority of being comfortable over not falling asleep. You see, that's why I never wear, like, super warm clothes when I'm at my place, because that would just make me sleepy. I always keep my temperature at a very cool 15 degrees, and I always stay alert for any incoming threats. Every time I see this guy, I can't help but think of the actual, like, bluefin tuna toro, which is, like, the fatty part of fish. And it just makes me hungry every time. Because I remember when I first actually had toro as a, like, sashimi and also on sushi, it's unbelievably good. It's like, imagine fish butter in the best way possible. Is the only way I could describe it. And you know what the worst part is? That man doesn't even have a belly. And that's what toro is. False advertising. I mean, I probably we already close friends at this point, you know. At some point, he's just gonna stop the mid fight and be like, "Hey, Lux, I know we've known each other for a while. How about you come over for dinner?" And you know, we're gonna stop mid fight. I'm gonna be like, "You know what? Sounds like a good idea." We'll just go have an elaborate, like, pasta alfredo or something, you know, or like a nice lasagna for dinner. And I'm just gonna meet his family and be like, "Oh yeah, I know your husband for quite a while now. You know, we've been fighting to the death pretty much every day for the past 20 years." Nah, marrying is a bit too soon, you know. We gotta get to know each other first. You can't go from mortal enemies to marrying them straight away. There's gotta be a few steps in between. um, I'm probably about 50 maybe, somewhere there. I didn't count, but I rerolled yesterday for like almost 10 hours, and then I rerolled in my spare time, between streams, maybe like 20, 30 times as well. So now that I think about it, it's probably closer towards 100 at this point. So yeah, a lot basically. But you know, it's all part of the game. Because when I get finally my Keyscale Byakuya, I'm gonna be so elated. I'm gonna play with them so much and so hard that in the end, it wouldn't even matter. I wasted like 2 days rerolling, that is. I'm gonna let you marinate on that one, just to see if you get the reference. Alright, the fighting is done. You see, Liz, I knew you'd get it. Have you actually listened to new Linkin Park? I know they hired like a new vocalist, and didn't they do like absolutely Koji? That's the kind of mindset I have indeed. Because I know they did. Didn't they do this song for like Worlds, 2024 something? That's the only reason why I know that they actually have a new singer, because I haven't listened to them since like middle school essentially. Oh wait, I keep forgetting that I don't need to fight this guy. Alright. Let's see if this is gonna be the one. Gonna do a nice circle prep. Really wish this wasn't part of tutorial. Because every time I do it, I'm like, get concentrated and everything. Come on. I got pulls to make. Alright, let's see. Can Ichigo finally grace us with his presence? Nope. Click on that. Come on, Ichigo. Oh. Not quite, not quite. Maybe a few singles? Well, wasn't there a guy who actually... Oh, there he is! Let's go. Let's go! Now. All we need is Kisuke or Byakuya. All we need is one of those gentlemen, and we will be golden. But yeah, I do agree. Before I pull, I'm pretty sure there was a guy who sounded almost exactly like Chester, and they basically, I think they did an interview, and they said that they didn't want to hire him just to honor like Chester's memory and don't like actually physically replace him. But I forget the guy's name, but he sounds almost identical to what Chester used to sound like. Which I feel like if they replaced him, that would have been like ram people the wrong way maybe. But I personally feel like it would have honored his legacy just continuing it. But you know, it's one of those things. All right. Let's try. Can we get Byakuya Kisuke? Oh, okay, no. So this time pulls a dud. Urukia? I'll take that gladly. What about this one? Another dud. Yachiru's stamp, I'll take it, because Yachiru is pretty good. And let's see. I think we can get another 10 pull here. Okay, so we go another SSR. Please be Kisuke or Byakuya. Please, I'm begging you. If this is a Kaku, I'm gonna lose my absolute god. Right here live on stream. Please, just Byakuya or Kisuke. Either one. I'll be over the moon with either one. Just please. No bald man. I don't really want Komamura. I don't really want Yaricha, unfortunately. And I don't really want Tosin. Just either Byakuya or Kisuke. That's all I want. Yeah, I do agree. I mean, it's one of those things because, you know, the way he went out is kind of messy, so I understand from both people's perspective. But somebody grew up on Linkin Park, it would be kind of cool to like relive it in a way. But yeah, all right, guys, I'm hopeful. I have a good feeling about this. Yeah, it is a 5-star. Basically, whenever you see Ichigo with Hollow Mask animation, that means it's a 5-star. It's gonna be the last one. What it is gonna tease me until the very end. It's gonna be the last one. I can feel it in my bones. It's gonna be the last one. Please, no Akaku. Please. This is Byakuya. I think it's Byakuya. No, it's not. I saw purple, and I thought it was Byakuya. God. I mean, Tosin is okay. Tosin is okay, I guess. But it's not what I... Tosin, please. I thought it was... I literally saw purple, and I was like, there's no way it's not Byakuya, is it? Oh, I love Tosin. Tosin is great. Oh, no, it's not what I need. I'll make a note of this account. Okay? I'll make a note of this account. And if we can get Byakuya or you know, or Kisuke by the end of the stream, I'll settle for this account. Because Tosin is okay. I don't mind Tosin. Tosin is actually really good. It's just not what I want. God. I'll make a note of this account and we'll, you know, other said if we won't get anything better, he's like this consolation third prize, basically. So he's good, but you know, there's a little connotation there, but okay. You know what? That's fine. At least it's not Kaku. Maybe the curse is broken. Maybe the next one will be. I still can't believe the game duped me with the purple writing, because I saw, and I'm not sure if you saw it as well, there was like little rose petals or like sakura petals that I thought was Byakuya's. I didn't read the text, I just saw the purple and the little petals. And I was like, there's gotta be Byakuya, right? I feel deceived, I feel duped, I feel bamboozled, and all of the above at the same time. I know that's a thing. I got so happy, and then I got mildly upset because Tosin is good. As I said, Tosin is probably better than Byakuya on paper because his skills are better. But I just want Byakuya or Kisuke, you know. Anyway, let's keep going. It's one of those things that, you know, you try so hard and you go so far, but in the end, does it even matter? Because clearly it does not. Gonna write this down. Because I mean, this is going to be my consolation prize if I can, you know, get him actually. Because at least it will be somebody that I don't mind playing with, you know. And you gotta sometimes settle for second best. This is like the email. This is the email that we gotta keep changing the last number, because clearly works. So, you know, there is that. I got so excited. I even got lightheaded for a second. I don't think I ever was as bamboozled by a game. This is on par when I was rolling for Rerolling, and I got a 5-star, and I was so happy until I saw Chi-Chi, and then I was sad. And this is similar. Not on the same level, but you know, this is similar. It's after you reroll for 3 hours, and you don't see a single Ichigo, and then you finally see me, you're like, okay, good. There's gotta be something good there, right? It is what it is. I mean, it is a cry. I know. But that's not the right kind of cry now, is it, Sadvik? There's a big difference between a big, strong 6.2 feet man with an attitude to prove something and a little child. I think there's quite a big discrepancy. So calling them the same is not exactly correct now, is it? Same thing here. Tosin, as great as he is, he's not Byakuya. And neither is Kisuke. And that's just unfortunate. Because I love Tosin as a character. And he's really good in this game. Like, he's actually really good. But, there's a big but in front of us. details are merely a consequence of our actions. The end result is what matters more. I know. I know. And the thing is, I feel like they did it on purpose. Because Torsen never has, like, rose petals or sakura petals in his background. Because he's not... He doesn't even use flowers. So there had to be Byakuya, you know? And I feel like at last moment they just changed it to Torsen just to mess with me. Yeah, Tashi, unfortunately, we did just get Ichigo and Torsen, which it was, you know, it was a fake out of a century because it fooled me into thinking that Torsen was Byakuya until he showed up on my screen, and needless to say, I wasn't quite happy. But, you know, it's all part of the course, it's all part of the game. We have our ups, we have our downs. Sometimes you get what you wish for, and sometimes you don't. I think now I literally got every single standard unit in this game except Byakuya and Kisuke. I haven't had two of them. I had Yarisha once, I had Kamamura once, now I had Torsen once, I had Ikako 9,999 times, but no Kisuke or Byakuya, so you know. We're still looking for this slippy right here. This is what we want. The leg of man. That we roll for. Absolutely, Satvik. What do you... Liz, do you want me to be a productive member of society and like go and socialize with people? And, you know, have a good time bonding over like a nice, enjoyable meal on Sunday afternoon? In a company of like-minded people? Is that really what you think of me? Or would I rather spend about 15 hours re-rolling both Saturday and Sunday and having an absolute god-losing session over 2D characters? Which one do you think I would prefer? Because if you send the former, then... I don't know what to tell you, but it's not correct. I know, it's a sign. I'm gonna get them last, you know? I had to get everything before I actually get the man. It would be pretty crazy if we actually get both of them in one temple at some point. That would be like the perfect ending to this saga, you know? We get everyone. But I doubt it will happen, but that would be amazing if it did. Like my first double temple, and it would be the two-man I always wanted. That's what I mean, Liz. That's what I mean. Plus, the thing is, now that I look outside, it's pitch black. And it has been like that since 4 p.m. So, you gotta be a special kind of individual to go outside during winter. Because I live that, you know, grizzly bear type of lifestyle during winter. I just hibernate within my little cave. Not communicating with the outside world. Unless absolutely necessary. That's what I like to hear, Liz. That's what I like to hear. That's the kind of mentality that we like to uphold here. You are not wrong in that regard, Satvik. You are indeed correct. As grass is our worst enemy, and so is the sun. Those two combined, I mean, It's like the garlic to vampire. They just to make us cease to exist. And gamers do be rising up, so we'll find a cure for it at some point. Our best gamer scientists are on a case, trying to find a cure for the alignment known as going outside and touching grass. We're still working on it, but we'll get there one day. And when we do, we'll finally conquer the world and make the true gamer nation as they always meant to be. G Fuel and gaming chairs as far as I can see. Every household gets one. Forgot to counter it. I always get a little bit overzealous when I fight this guy. But that's okay. We'll take our time. Gotta appreciate the process. Not just the end result. The true fight of the century. This is how Shinigamis propose to, their significant other. They go through a life and death duel with their either brother or father. And if they don't win, they get isekai'd into Soul Society. And if they do, the other party gets isekai'd. A true cycle of life. Because the principle where Soul Society and Earth have the exact equal number of souls, so you're always gonna have your equilibrium. Only the strongest ones shall remain. And I'm sorry to say, but I think I think it looks like we prevailed. So the brother-in-law is going to rest in pepperonis. I mean, Sadvik, you gotta do what you gotta do. What an entrance, NJ. Hi there. Luckily, we only saw one bald man today, and it wasn't in the context that we saw them yesterday. I'm pretty sure you're gonna change your mind soon enough. Place your bet, guys. How many bald man jokes can Liz take before she changed the statement that she just made? I think it's 3 at most. If even that. She already might be reconsidering her life choices. See? That's what I was talking about. You see, if Greg was here, Liz, you would have been barraged from both sides. You would have been like Paul in 1941. Just getting assaulted from every corner. No escape. Bald man as far as the eye can see. I'm not encouraging bullying. Listen, I encourage encouragement. And if encouragement of, bold nature is what you desire, then so be it. I'm merely a messenger, And my message shall be anything that your heart desires. And if your heart desires a nice shiny head, nothing wrong with that. You always gotta keep on hand some Vaseline though, so to rub that head, shine it up. Ever played bowling? You know how you shine up the ball before you roll it? Same principle. And you know how you know if it's shiny enough? If the sun glimmer resonates throughout the room. If you walk into a dark room and the entire place just lights up as soon as a nice bald gentleman walks in. That's how you know it's shiny enough. And nothing wrong with that, Kojo. Nothing wrong with that. Ikaku is a beautiful bald man, but you know, he overstays his welcome sometimes. Alright, let's see what we can get. Can we get another Ichigo? That'll be kind of cool to get 2 in a row. Because, I mean, we did get 3 in a row yesterday, which was quite amazing. I mean, you know, if you got Saitama on your side, then you're essentially King 2.0, because that man is able to summon him whenever he wishes. And I feel like that's the kind of prowess you want in your life. Because what power would be better than to summon the protagonist himself? There's quite an OP power if I do say so myself. The only one that could beat it is a power of friendship. But that one is a little bit harder to unlock because, you know, you gotta go outside, you gotta make connections, you gotta make actual friends, which is tall ask. I didn't even say anything, Liz. I'm innocent this time. I didn't even start it. I just said that, you know, whatever makes you happy, we will support you. That's all I said. So come on, don't get me involved. I'm just a man trying to get himself Byakuya or Kisuke here. Am I wrong though, Liz? Come on. I'm gonna support you guys in all your endeavors, you know. I'm like your spiritual guide. I'm like Morgan Freeman, you know. I'm merely your guide through our life. Like a little narrator inside your brain that tells you what to do and what not to do. And whether you listen to me or not, that's up to you. Alright, a little water break while we waiting for the cutscenes. We'll watch Rukia standing on a pole menacingly, contemplating where it all went wrong. That's a little bit better. Well, that's quite extreme, Liz. Come on. You know, the floor is cold, and you can't really make blanket out of blood, you know? That's just not happening. It's a liquid, Liz. How are you gonna blanket it up? Come on, don't be silly. How about a nice couch and a nice, like, pleated blanket? What do you say? That sounds a little bit better, doesn't it? Liz, all I'm saying is I am your spiritual guide in this journey of self-realization. Well, that is hard-hitting question, Sadvik. You know, Sadvik's thinking from different perspective to me. The man uncovering the truth for what it truly is. Wow, that's... Is that what you have on your business card, Liz? You know, you walk out to a new joint and you introduce yourself and you say, Well, hello there. My name is Liz, and I identify as a threat of mass destruction, and I would like to for you to refer to me as a try me, and if you do so at your own risk, and whatever the consequences may follow, I'm not responsible for. Something very light-hearted, very humorous, very in tune with the atmosphere you're going for. Clearly. Sadvik's keeping that one in the back pocket. In case he ever needs to unleash one. That's not how it works, Liz. In order to make said blanket, you would need to freeze it at the bare minimum. Come on, Liz. At least let's settle on a very nice cotton blanket, Something between. We can make it red if that makes you feel a little bit safer. What do you say? A nice weighted blanket, the kind that makes it nice and cozy. You know what Liz reminds me of right now? I just had a realization. Have any of you... Do any of you know the character Tanya from... what's that anime called? The Saga of Tanya the Evil. Have any of you ever seen it? Liz is Tanya, basically. I just realized that. Exact same, like, height and everything. And now that I think about it, I'll never unsee it. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about, just in case some of you aren't aware. This is an individual we're talking about, okay? Just so you're aware of what we're up against, okay? Listen, Liz. Watch the anime and tell me it's not you. I'm telling you, the entire anime is about Tanya basically slaughtering people left, right, and center. It's about like military era where like technology developed to the point where guns can use magic and whatnot, and Tanya is just like a one-woman army and slaughters everyone in sight. You learn fast, NJ. You learn fast, and I appreciate that. Well, you gotta bully somebody, Sadvik, you gotta make your own fun in life. And in fact, it's not bullying, it's encouragement, okay? Because encouragement is very good. You gotta encourage people to strive to be their best. Because if they give their best, you're gonna receive their best. Yep. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. Sometimes in life you come at a crossroad where, you're doing the same thing over and over again and you reach the point of insanity. That you're like, what? Let's mix it up a little bit. Look, I'm not saying anything. I wasn't bullying. I was just conferring to Sadvik's statement, if anything. I cannot confirm or deny without presence of my lawyer. So unless Greg gets summoned here, I can confess. Legally, that is. But yeah, guys, watch Tanya the Evil, and I'm telling you, you'll never see the Liz in the other light. It's gonna be quite an eye-opening experience. No bullying. Self-reflection, enlightenment, and acceptance of who you truly are. Because, you see, Sadvik, if you don't realize who you are you truly you? That's just how it is. You see, whenever Liz types in caps, she's just extremely happy. It receives such massive encouragement from everyone. To, truly realize who she is and understand that she is a wonderful person that deserves only the best. Listen, I never bullied you, Liz. I only ever encouraged you. I only said that you a mighty medium-sized individual that, just always tries towards greatness. Because, sometimes mightiest things come in little packages. And that's just great, The prowess that you unleash upon this world is so good. Now, I'm just impressed by, your aura. It's quite massive. At least 2 feet tall. I mean, that's quite large. Well, I mean, comparatively, I'm pretty sure I should, like, how sometimes you get fight or flight response just triggering in your brain? I feel like my body's screaming for me to choose the fly right now and just stop. Otherwise, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and have like a horse head type of moment from Godfather. But instead, it's gonna be like a tortilla with blood splatter all over it and like message written. I know where you are. And you know what you did. Blood being ketchup, obviously, Look, Liz. All I wanted to say was that you're a wonderful individual that deserves only the best. And when you give your best, you get the best. You don't like ketchup? I mean, neither do I, to be honest. It's okay, but you know what is better? I always saw the barbecue sauce with fries was better than ketchup. I know, sue me, but I'm just telling you guys, if you eat fries, just try it with barbecue sauce. It's better. I'm just saying, because ketchup is good, but it's too sweet, too much sugar. Barbecue sauce gives you like a nice tangy flavor. Okay, look, I apologize. I take back everything I said. Please, no more kakus. I'm sorry. I'm remorseful, okay? I apologize for my misdeeds. I will never do it again. Just please, no more kakus. I'm a man of compassion, integrity, and moral high ground that I never get off. And as such, I would like to think that I encourage you guys to be the same. See, good NG. I'm glad you agree. Is it, how big is it? Congrats, though, Satvik. Liz, I propose ceasefire. What do you say? I promise to not mention your stature for the next 15 minutes at least. And in return, you take all the bald man. And I don't get any. Just for a little bit. You know, you can ship them back later to Crunchyroll LLC, but I just need them away from me for at least a few hours. That's quite large, Savik. That's a big congrats if I ever seen one. Listen, I'm just saying momentarily, you know, somebody's have to take him. All right, let's see. Jokes aside, this is a crunch time, okay? We at the end of roads, right? There's a crossroad between us, between success and failure, and unfortunately, it's failure. Well, this is an Ichigo, you know. It is, but like, it's not the right one. Look, okay. Liz, ceasefire. Liz, let's have a handshake. You take the bald man, I take Byakuya. We leave on good terms. We shake hands. I'll give you 10 megatons of tea to sweeten the deal. What say you? Do we have a deal? I need to know before I start pulling. Do we have a deal? And all I need you to do is to just withhold all the bald men within 10-mile radius from me. And then we can achieve greatness together. Can we put our differences aside just for this once? And strive towards the brighter, bigger, better future together? We're waiting for Liz to reply. And then we're gonna begin. Because this is a very important moment. This could be the one. This could be when we achieve our true potential. And I just need to know. Are we ready to achieve greatness or not? Did Liz actually leave? Okay, well, I guess you left. Well, Liz, come on. Come on. Let's call ceasefire. I do apologize. I only meant the best of best in my bestest of hearts, and I just want you to be happy. That's all I ever wanted, and it's all I ever want. Okay? And I apologize if that came across in a wrong way. I will reflect upon my character, and I will improve in the future. I promise. However, I need your help with this. I need us to combine our power into a massive Kamehameha, you know, like Goku, and shout from the top of our lungs towards success. As only then can we achieve greatness. Are you ready to join me in this? Liz, come on. We don't have all day. I need an answer. I'll call you a deal. I'll call you a deal. Look, that has nothing to do with me, Liz. It's between you and me. It's man to woman time, you know, for business. Alright, well. If I get Kaku, I guess it's Liz's fault. Let's begin. Okay, this is a dud. Nothing again. Okay, fine. Ooh, this is pretty juicy, actually. Okay, let's try. I think we can do one more temple. How about this? What if I give you... Let's see. I'll give you a promise. The one time in the future you can stop me from slandering you, and I will stop no matter what. Just one time. But you can use it anytime, anywhere, and I will oblige. However, that only applies to me. I can't do it for everybody else. You would have to fight your own battles at that point. However, you can stop me from doing so. One time, any given point. If I remember to do so, that is. That is a clause within our contract that must be there just to prevent me from, you know, actually legally be liable. That's what Greg told me to say, because, you know, he always said don't sign contracts unless I have the clause in there. And I trust my lawyer. So what do you say? Are you cutting me a deal or not? I'm a man of my word. As I said, one time, I will stop. Could be any time, any stream, any it doesn't have expiration dates. It's eternal. We will talk about the tea. The tea will follow only if I get Byakuya or Urahara. If I don't get it, the contract is nullified, Liz. It's only in case this succeeds that you have a deal. Because I think that's only fair. And then we call ceasefire. And we continue, you know, prancing through the world. Tea in hand, you know, conquering its challenges. Do you think that's a fair deal? Okay, actually, we gotta play it for a little bit because I need more tempo, apparently. Since we didn't get it. So, think about it until I get my next tempo, you know? You can make counterpoints. You can, you know, we can negotiate for now. We have like about 20 minutes of gameplay that we're gonna go through until I get another tempo. Liz, I'll tell you what. If I get Byakuya or Urahara, I will stop bullying you for the remainder of the stream. I will not say anything except supportive words of you. And I will always only encourage you moving forward. To be your best, to look your best, and to feel your best. Listen, Kain, I'm sorry to say, Yarichi is unfortunately not coming because I have gentlemen to obtain. I have Byakuya Kisuke to get. Yarichi will have to wait. Because I have a priorities. And said priorities are, unfortunately, 6'4", tall, long-haired gentlemen that I need within my grasp. And they're just kind of rules that the universe made for me. And I can't decline them. Your reach would be great, but only when I get what I need to get. That's just life for you, you know? Sometimes you set out on these great grandiose goals. Sometimes you set out on the adventure of a lifetime, you know? Thinking that you will change the world and reroll like the best of them. And sometimes you get a bold man 5 times in a row and you start thinking to yourself, was it really worth it? And to be honest, I don't know. The answer to that question I'm still trying to figure out. But that's just life. You can't have it all. Sometimes you have to realize that life is all about what you make it. And what you make it is what you get. No, I will play. Like, jokes aside, I will play more. I won't just end the stream right then and there. We'll probably play with a team actually and like build them and, you know, actually see the gameplay. It would be pretty discouraging if I realized I don't actually like playing with them. And it took me like, you know, 16 hours to reroll even though I don't want to play with them anymore. That would be like the biggest bummer in the world. Listen, Kakura, it's not about getting everyone. It's about sending a message to those that matter. But hi there as well. Hi. Yeah, hi, Kakura. Sorry, forgot guys to greet you. Me and Liz just in a little bit of a pickle, shall we say. We are at a crossroad of interest, you know? I need her to take all the bold men from me until I don't get them anymore. And in exchange, she gets a very lucrative deal that will influence her future. And, you know, she just hesitant for now to accept it. Hopefully you're doing great, Kine. I know we've been busy with, like, exams and whatnot. So hopefully they've been doing pretty well in that regard. In fact, I think most of you guys have exams nowadays. I think me and Liz are the only octogenarians that actually don't have to take exams nowadays. Which is a good thing. Isn't that right, Liz? Because if I had to take exams nowadays, I probably would just look for the nearest raccoon and be like, listen man, cut me a deal. Let me just go to another world where magic is a thing. And you know, where I need to slay a demon king or something, and not study trigonometry. Listen, Kakarot, you can't escape from taxes for too long. There's 3 inevitable truths of life. First of which, we all gonna die one day. As unfortunate as that is. Second one, we all gotta eat. Unfortunately, can't escape that. And third one, we all gotta pay taxes. And that's just life for you, you know? You can escape from it. And the worst thing, you know, you never actually learn about taxes in school. And you know why you don't? Because the government doesn't want you to know the secrets. They want to lure you into the promised land of getting a job, you know, being financially independent, but they forget to tell you. In order to do so, you gotta jump through many hoops, take many twists and turns, and only then you may be able to achieve them. Okay, this is strike damage. Okay, that's Uri's card. Know exactly what I'm looking for. Fair enough, Kakarot. Fair enough. That is a way to, you know, avoid it, I guess. Well, at least a busy period is over for you, Kine. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Because, you know, it's all about getting through that little hump. And look, on the brighter side, Christmas is right around the corner. There's only a month left, and, you know, I assume majority of you guys get 2 weeks off. So, That's probably something to look forward to. Liz got a point. I do agree with that because when you're a kid, you know, you can't sensibly sustain your gambling craving, shall we say. You always gotta find a way to, shall we say, procure the funds in order to sustain it. And that's no small task. Wait, you don't get an actual... Well, the thing is, I take 2 weeks off, but like, in UK we usually encourage to actually take a week off during like the Christmas and New Year period. Just because, I don't know, that's just how it is. But I always take 2 weeks off because the way it works, we get like 3 bank holidays in between those 2 weeks. So I basically can take 2 weeks off for the price of 7 days, which is the most lucrative deal you can get over here. So I always take it. Oh, you're making sweets? I mean, to be honest, Greg showcased his prowess of baking some cookies today, and those look actually pretty nice. I always wish that I was able to like bake, but unfortunately I'm not patient enough. Because with baking you can't just wing it, which as usually I do with regular cooking. You kind of have to stay precise, you know, cook by the book. Ah, I see, Gyro, I see. That's unfortunate, but, you know, that's what you gotta do, I guess, sometimes. You gotta get on that grind. Because, I mean, to be honest, like, Christmas was a foreign concept for me for a while, and it took me a minute to get used to it. Because I grew up only with New Year, and Christmas was never a thing. So we never actually get that, like, holiday, I don't think. And the way ours work is we get the like, New Year week, and then we get the next week after that. I think, well, like, school holidays at least. Which works out a little bit better. So much more fun to play with actual Ichigo, rather than a Walmart version of him. Hi there, Taiji. It's going actually better. We got Ichigo, so now we're just grinding for more pulls to see what we get for those 50 pulls. They guarantee SSR from. Hopefully this will be the last one. That's quite an elaborate way to explain it, kind. Very poetic, I'd say. You're working on Sunday, Taiji. Oof. That's tough existence. Hopefully the grind wasn't too bad for you. Because we all know the work is, unfortunately, the bane of all our existences. Man, these stamps look so cool. Like, look at that. Ooh. That's quite a pose that Yorishi is in. Interesting. And there's a... What is this purple domain situation going on here? Byakuya, are you okay? The man is summoning hollow purple out of nowhere. Ooh. It's still purple. Urahara's as well. What's going on? Am I getting invaded by Gojo or something? Like, what's happening here? I mean, pretty much. Let's just say, you know what? Too much effort. We're not gonna color that one in. I mean, hopefully, Conja, hopefully. A man can dream. I mean, with the amount of time I reroll already, I'm hoping for the best. Let's see what we need to do now. I don't even know how you make candles nowadays. Like, where do you get wax from? Because to be honest, candle making, is it still a profession? Because the only circumstances I've seen candles in is like in a spa scenario. Do any of you guys actually use like candle in day-to-day basis? Because I know some people that use like scented candles, because, I don't know, they like the smell of them, I guess. But I never really understood it, to be honest. Because to me, a candle, it's like, it's a bit of a fire hazard. Rather than something to look forward to, shall we say. Because one wrong move, you knock the thing over, and you're gone. Well, what you guys don't know is Liz cosplaying her favorite character, Mr. Grinch himself. And she just wants to, you know, incorporate his unbelievable prowess into her Christmas schedule, ensuring that cheer resonates throughout the whole of Mexico, shall we say. She's preparing her little green costume and everything. Well, I'm of a similar disposition when it comes to candles, kind, because like I just don't see a point of them, to be honest. And also, they're super expensive. Have you actually like bought a scented candle? They could cost you arm and a leg for just, you know, some nice scent. I'd much rather just get like a dehumidifier or something that's scented, because you can get like little like lavender shots in there or something, and that's essentially the same thing, but you don't pay like $20 for it. Well, kind, Liz has a very strong reaction to communication with the populace outside, and to be fair, that's a true gamer move if I have heard of one. The less human contact she has, the better. I guess. The thing is, because I had some gifted to me as well, and to be honest, I just never used them. The only time I bought a scented candle myself is when I went to like a trip to, I think, Czech Republic, when I was doing judo a while back, and I got like a gift for my mom, which was like this little pyramid-shaped candle with like roses engraved on it. And that was the only time, and I don't think she ever used it. She just kind of put it in a corner, and it was staying there for years upon years. Until, I don't know what happened to it, but I haven't seen it in a while. And that's usually what I feel like the candles are for. They just stand in a corner doing nothing. Liz is in a special kind of mood, kind. She sees only red right now. So excuse her bluntness, shall we say. She had a bit too much encouragement today. Alright, let's see what we need to do. Okay, a few more stages. Look, Liz, I called for ceasefire, okay? Don't start on me. I'm just a man trying to get himself a character here, okay? I'm not getting involved anymore. I keep forgetting to put the bankai Ichigo, actually. That's alright. No, I know you know, but I know you like to pretend to be. So I was just playing along, to be honest, but if you don't feel like doing the bid, that's fine. It's just I feel like some people don't understand the kind of dynamic we have occasionally, especially newer people. They probably think that you're actually mad, and so am I, but just so you know, guys, it's not right. It's not true. Kakarot knows it, but it probably kind does as well, but if you're on the newer side, just trust me, that's just how we communicate. That's how we show affection towards each other. It's by relentless bullying. The true gamer way. Nah, it's fine, it's fine. Gotta, you know, take off the mask occasionally. Occasionally. Peel off the curtain a little bit. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. It's a hate-love kind of relationship that we have with everyone here. Where we hate them and love them at the same time. It's a very complex structure, which may or may not be in a pyramid shape. I mean, my brain is like a little peanut, you know, that sometimes decides to work. Not often, but occasionally does. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I only started recently streaming regularly, so it does take a while for people to realize I'm actually alive. Because before, when I used to stream like once every blue moon, people would just treat it like an event, you know? It would be like Super Bowl, you know, happening every other year. But now that I stream like 4 times a week, you know, people at least get a wind of it and decide to hang out occasionally. Listen, Kakarot, the life is tough. Sometimes, you know, you set out all these grandiose plans to stream all the time, and sometimes, you know, you stream once a year. And it's just life for you. That is true. Liz is speaking facts right now. Plus, the thing is, you know, there's an influx of good games out there, you know. We get Bleach Stone Resin, we get Do Night Abyss. I'm finally back to being a gamer. The thing that I was born to be. And, you know, I'll probably come back to Wuthering Waves at some point. It's gonna be a blast. Gonna have a good time. No, I won't. I made my promise and I said I'm streaming Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. With the weekends being exceptions occasionally if I need to do something. And you can keep that word. Because I'm a man of my word. Okay? If I say something, I do it. Unless I forget. And that's the only circumstance where I don't do it. But you gotta forgive, you know? All brain and all that. Alright. I forgot my password to my YouTube account, and you know, it was just hard to get it back. He asked me to like verify my email or something, and I was like, too much work. I can't be bothered. I know. Make fun of an old man. Unbelievable. That's the kind of respect I get around here. I mean, you know, sometimes you forget to do things. I went on self-realization journey to, you know, unlock my third eye and find the true universe truth of the world itself. I mean, that is heads too close to homeless. Come on. Gotta do me that dirty? Two-step verification, the only two steps I know how to do is shuffle. Because I do be doing that. Any other two steps, I have no idea. I did. There was a time when I forgot my own birthday. I told that story before. The thing is, I even forgot my own mother's birthday once. So you know. And that just shows that my brain is like a block of Swiss cheese minus the cheese part. And it's just life for you, you know? Sometimes you get it. And sometimes you don't. I think, right? My brain just has limited capacity and it only retains knowledge that is very important. And that is, you know... And that is the knowledge of every single manhwa cultivation level that ever existed in the universe. That's what I need to retain within my brain. Everything else is merely an optional knowledge that I don't particularly require. I'm not dense at all, Liz. I was built like a log, you know? My body doesn't move that way. Listen, sometimes life gets busy and you forget about things. And then just, you know, that's how life be sometimes. You set out to accomplish these grandiose things, you know, change the world as you know it. Sometimes you forget your birthday. It's just how it is. I can dance to save my life, honestly. I don't think I ever even tried to dance. Because my body wasn't built for such complex maneuvers. I mean, by that logic, I'm implying that I'm not important to myself either, Liz, so, you know. What chances do you have at that point? Listen, Liz, teaching me how to dance is gonna be equivalent to figure out how to divide by 0. It's just impossible. Okay, I think there's one more stage. Alright, fine, you have your fun. Unbelievable. Okay. Let's see. Okay, last stage, and we're gonna do the pool. That's gonna decide a fate. What do you think for a minute? I don't think, Kakura. You see, that's my secret towards success. I just do. Thinking can be done later, but doing shall be now. I mean, I appreciate the enthusiasm, Liz. I truly do. But I think that's That's a mission too grand for any life form on Earth to accomplish. It's not a theory, it's a fact, Kakura. A theory needs to be proven. There's nothing to prove there. It's already been well established. I mean, look. I'm all about mixing things up a little bit. A little bit of passionate discussion about things in life goes a long way, shall we say. Alright, I think we are finally reaching a point where we can do another temple. Let me just double check. Pretty certain it is. Wait, hold up. I need to collect the... Where is this? This one. There we go. Alright. I need you guys to channel a spirit bomb right now. And just shoot it at a screen and repel any bald man in sight. No matter how handsome or powerful they may be, I just need you to repel them. Because they're not welcome here. Alright. We tried really hard and went so far, but in the end, will it matter? Is a question of the hour. Listen, Kakura, don't you dare do me like that. I swear to the almighty Zeus, I will fly to India, first flight chartered. And I will smite you where you stand. Okay. Let's go. I'm hopeful. Alright. We go SSR. Please. Please be Byakuya. Or Kisuke. Just either one. That's all I want. That's all I'll ever want. Literally, I won't ask for anything ever again. Listen, Kakura, don't you dare do me like that. Oh, man, this is so nerve-wracking. Every time I get to this place, I get so excited, only to be brought down to my knees yet again. Okay, this didn't register in my brain immediately. I was like, what's going on? I was promised a 5-star. Okay, Yachiru, you're awesome, but not right now. Okay, I feel it in my bones. I can see the future is bright. Please. Please. Just this one time. Aizen-sama, I beg of you. Please use your Kokisugetsu and change reality to a favorable one for me. That's all I want. That's all I'll ever want. It's gonna be the last one. I can see it now. Oh. No! Kamamura, go away! What does a man need to do in this game to get a bloody Kisuke or Byakuya? What does a man need to do? Because I did it all. I've seen it all. I've tried it all. I prayed to every god in existence. I made deals. I made sacrifices. What does a man need to do to accomplish something? I don't know. I don't know. I'm a broken man. My determination is slowly withering away. I'm not sure what I did to deserve this. But every time, I go literally everybody except the two characters that I care about. Yes, we're gonna keep re-rolling at least for another 2 hours, I'd say. If I can get it within the next 2 hours, I'll probably call it quits there, but... Liz, I appreciate it. Look, I appreciate your support and I appreciate you being here. You know what? Let's try this. Maybe if I do just singles, maybe he will show up. Just maybe. Let me try. Maybe. No, unfortunately not. We're gonna keep re-rolling. We're gonna keep re-rolling until, you know, until we get there. There's gotta be a way for us to achieve the greatness, you know? There's only so much times you can fail before you inevitably succeed. And I believe that we will succeed today. I think that we will achieve the greatness. We just have to believe strong and hard enough for it to manifest itself. Oh. Okay, back to the Thunderdome we go. I need to get myself some tea to ensure that... Oh wait, hold up, I forgot. I forgot to change it. The hubris got the best of me yet again. So I need to change it back. Alright. Alright, now I feel nice and hydrated. I'm ready to conquer the world yet again. Those are not the real emails, kind. Those are the fake emails. As only the real Enlightenment connoisseurs can see the real ones. It's merely a ruse that you fell under, so I keep playing you like a flute, is basically what I'm saying. But it's basically just the emails that you can use for Crunchyroll to set up a random account. It doesn't have to be a real Gmail. That's what I've been doing all this time. I imagine there's somebody at Crunchyroll HQ that just looks through like all the customer data and they see like 100 accounts in a row being created, all with the name Aizen Sama, please come through. And he's probably gonna be very confused on Monday morning, just being like, what's going on? Why do we have the same man making 100 accounts all in a span of 2 days? And you know what the answer to that, they'll never find out. Most likely. That would be funny if I receive an email on Monday being like, Deluxe, we noticed that recently you've been enjoying our game quite a lot. In fact, you've been enjoying it so much that you made, at the bare minimum, 1,000 different accounts in a span of 2 days. And we just wanted to make sure, are you okay? Oh, absolutely no worries. Have a good night, Kakarot, and hopefully everything goes well tomorrow. And I'll see you hopefully on Thursday. In good health and mental health as well, hopefully. I know, Kine, I know. No. I completely forgot to check it, Liz. I haven't even seen it. Absolutely no worries, kind. It was a pleasure seeing you as always, and have a good night as well. Me and Liz just gonna keep staying in the Thunderdome until either we both go insane or we succeed. And I'm sure she will share the good news, if there will be any, later on. I just imagine you guys are seeing on your feed tomorrow a stream that lasted 20 hours. And by the end of it, just gonna be me and Liz just being like, Liz, how many bald men can you take? Because I have too many. I mean, we gotta make them somewhere. We gotta ship them to like Guatemala or something. There's too many in sight. They're invading our territory. We gotta counter-attack. We gotta summon the Fire Nation. As only they can repel them. Absolutely no worries, kind. Pleasure seeing you as always. You see, this still always keeps taunting me because it shows me what I could achieve, which is a leg of Urahara. And it just keeps taunting me, telling me what I could get. Yeah, I don't. It's fine, kind. Absolutely no worries. Because, I mean, it's only 7:30 for me, so I'll most likely be streaming for quite a while yet. Maybe another 2-3 hours, let's say. Unless, as I said, we're gonna get what we set out to get. Overexertion. Fair enough, kind. Fair enough. I do appreciate you keeping me in line. Absolutely no worries, Ken. As I say, have a good night. And I'll hopefully catch you on Thursday or, well, next week, really. By the way, just so you guys know, I forgot to mention, but during, like, the Christmas break, I took 2 weeks off, so I'll try to stream daily at that point. So you're gonna get a little bit of a treat in those 2 weeks, because I'm planning to just stay at home in my cave, you know? And we hopefully will be alive every day. And I'll try to do it, like, in earlier than usual as well. So, for some of you guys who live in, like, eastern part of the world, it won't be, you know, 1 a.m. when I usually stream on Thursday and Friday. But I thought I'd share that, because I'm not sure if I mentioned it already. But yeah, that's basically going to be the plan. We might even do something special for Christmas, you know? I might do like a big gacha pulling session, you know, to keep up with festive spirit. Also, I just noticed, but this Toru is quite caked up. I just been staring at a screen, and his behind was right in my face, and I was like, wow, maybe they call him Toru for a reason. I mean, just a astute observation, if anything. Hi there, Kaiba. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're rerolling going better than mine. But look at that. You're telling me that's not being caked up? Liz, come on. How long you been going? It's like... It's, you know, it's like we both prison inmates, and we're asking each other, oh, what are you in for? And well, I've been re-rolling way too hard. Crunchyroll LLC got to me. They finally sniffed out their made 1 billion accounts on their website. And they couldn't handle the prowess I unleashed, so I got smitten down by the anime lawyers. It all came crashing down at once. Fair enough, Kaiba, fair enough. Ooh, that's a good one. You got a double in Bankai Ichigo? Wish that could be me. I'm looking for the same thing, to be honest. Like either Byakuya or Kisuke and Ichigo. So, as long as we get that, I'll be very happy. But getting a double of Limited, that's quite a feat. The thing is, when it comes to reroll with me, and this tracks, because usually the less I care about the game, the more likely I am to actually be lucky in it, and the more I care about, the less likely I'll be lucky, because it happened with Wuthering Waves, where I rerolled, like, I think 100 times in order to get Ji-Yun. It happened with Genshin, where I rerolled 125 times. It happened here where I already rerolled probably 100 times. Meanwhile, games like Zenless Zone Zero or Honkai Star Rail, which I didn't particularly care about, I think I only rerolled like twice or thrice in order to get a character that I wanted. And that's just some baloney, you know? It's just the law of the universe, I guess. I mean, I'd be lucky to get one, okay? Let alone two. That's usually my sort of endeavors as well, Kaiba. I can relate greatly to that. But you know, sometimes you get a good roll and you're like... Because every tragic endeavor has a silver lining. And sometimes, you know, you get blessed by gacha gods. And you deserve it if you suffered for a while. Listen, Liz, I'm a man of the people. Because usually when I do this re-rolling, I just ask you guys if you want any, and I just give them away. I'm like Santa Claus, but for gacha. I just give away the presents left, right, and center. Whoever you want shall be yours. Because, I mean, with my Wuthering Waves, it's probably actually the luckiest account I have. Because I haven't lost a single 50-50 on it, except the first one. But I got like Lin Yan, and then I got Ji-Yan on the next temple, and then I got his weapon in like a couple singles. And that was the luckiest I ever had been. And I think afterwards I got Jinshi without losing 50-50. I got the Pyro Captain guy, and I got Showkeeper without losing a single 50-50. So that's like my most blessed, I guess, account. But in this game, you don't have 50-50. You just have the suffering of reroll. So there's only luck goes as far as rerolling. Afterwards, it's just whether you can get an early one. Unless you, I guess, roll for standard pulls, and then there's kind of a little bit of luck involved. Brandt, yeah, that's a guy. But that was like the luckiest one, because my Genshin ones, whew, let me tell you something. Those are cursed. That's why I stopped playing. Every other game, Honkai used to be pretty decent. And I haven't played like Zenless Zone Zero in ages, pretty much, since like December. So that one was okay too. But yeah. And I also played a bunch of like other anime IP games, I guess. Which you never see me stream because That's like my guilty pleasure, you know? I only play... I keep forgetting to exit the stage. I need to make a mental note to exit it. I keep blabbering and just forgetting what I'm doing. But I play quite a lot of like anime games. Like I play some Demon Slayer ones. I play a bunch of Naruto games. Even some Bleach games, you know? And usually in those, I don't even bother re-rolling because... well, actually that's not true. On some of them I did. But in majority of cases, I quit them like after a day anyway. Because it's so bad. Listen, sometimes our past makes us who we are in the present, you know? You can't have the good without the bad, as only when you have the bad can you appreciate the good for what it truly is. If you get everything from first try, are you really gonna appreciate it? Meanwhile, if you go through 3 days of rigorous re-rolling and you finally achieve what you set out to achieve, that's when you achieve happiness. And happiness shall be achieved, perhaps right now. Perhaps right now. We'll have to wait and see. Alright. Alright. Ichigo, are you gonna come home on this one? I doubt, unfortunately. Yachiro is great, but not what we're looking for. That is fair. That is fairless. Another Yachiro? In Yachiro, other Wazoo. Alright, let's see if the last two will bring us any luck. No. Unfortunate. But that's okay. Well, that's okay. We're gonna keep going. Gonna keep thriving towards success. I mean, look, that's what I mean about rerolling. Rerolling makes you appreciate the process rather than the end goal. Alright. I mean, look, I still respect you for the decision because I don't think, even with my patience, I don't think I would be able to just grind for a single character as long as you did. Because it takes a special kind of individual to just save up everything they have for one individual character. Because I like to play with different units in pretty much every game I play. I usually select like the one I like the most, but I never go for their copies. Because copies usually don't really interest me that much. As I said, I was in a similar way with like saving all my resources for when Kazuha came out. Because I saved like, I think 50k Primogems in total. And I spent it all on like getting Kazuha's weapon in C2 and I didn't manage to get it. And that just made me so upset. So, you know, sometimes you get lucky and sometimes all your hard work is for the naught. And that's just life for you. But now you can at least say that you are the true Zhongli connoisseur by having him maxed out. I mean, that's fair, because the thing is, to me, I just prioritize, like, variety when it comes to gameplay. I'm not really a big, like, numbers guy, you know? Because having, like, big damage is great, don't get me wrong, but I always enjoy, like, trying different combos, you know, trying different combinations of units, like, changing my gameplay style a little bit. And also just, dupes usually don't really fascinated me as much. Because, you know, essentially you just upgrade the same character you're playing as a little bit stronger, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but getting new units is a little bit more exciting for me personally. Yeah, I can imagine, Liz. I can imagine. Because I think, like, from memory, did I ever pull 4 dupes? And I think Kazuha was the only one. But that was because I just like him as a unit, and his C2 was like, really good back then. That's when he was like at his optimal level. Oof, 1,000 pulls, that's quite impressive to be honest. I mean, back in the day, I used to be a saving man myself, you know? Because I usually would, like, get my team, right? And then I would save up all my pulls and gacha currency for, like, units that I enjoy. So, in a lot of cases, like, I think even now, on my account in Genshin, I have, like, what, 40k Prima Gems or something? And that's only because I don't care about the units that are released now. That's just how it is. And also, I don't play the game, but that's besides the point. But in most cases, I like the process of saving. But as I said, I never pull for dupes. I always go for, like, the new ones. Not for now, Sadvik. Not for now, unfortunately. I mean, that's just your devotion being rewarded, Liz. It's a beautiful story. I mean, when you first told me that you had C6 Zhong Li, and I think you had him, like, when we first met, didn't you? Because I think that's when you told us that you had C6 Zhong Li, and it was, I think, me, Dark, and Greg at the time. Savik might have been there, I'm not sure. Don't remember. And you told us that, and I was like, man, that's quite dedication. And I think we talked about, like, Milk Empire or something at the time as well. And that's how we bonded. Our mutual admiration. Me for your dedication, and you for my... I'm not sure, but... insanity, maybe? I don't know. Something. It's okay, Sadvik. It's okay. It happens to the best of us, and, you know, we will achieve the glory that we set out to achieve sooner than later. As I said, we still have, at the bare minimum, another, like, 3 to 4 hours in me before my brain shuts down. And then I'll probably call it a day. But until then, we're just gonna have a good time and hopefully get what we set out to get. I mean, Aito was a big one for me because I really like his gameplay, and I used to play him with Radiant Shogun a lot. The thing is, I always had hate-love relationship. It was 50-50 because I just never understood why it needs to be there, you know? Because I might prefer stuff like in Bleach Soul Resonance where you just do 80 pulls. There's only one character, you know, so if you get early, you know exactly who it is. And you don't have to, like, gamble with your resources. Because essentially what you need to do is you need to save up 280 pull worth of character currency if you want to get a character. Which I feel like is not the best thing in the world. That's where it all began. That's where it all went downhill from there, Liz. You were living a productive, happy life, full of joy, and then you joined the cult. And you never looked back. Listen, that was a different kind of time, Sadvik. I was a different kind of man. I was young, naive, and had a lot of time, shall we say, on my hand, but not a lot of patience. Pretty much, Kaiba, pretty much. Absolutely no worries, Sadvik. It was a pleasure seeing you as always, and I'll catch you later. Well, you see, sometimes the fate plays its tricks. Ah, I see, I see. Alright, I take it back. I take it back. I mean, I totally get it, Liz, because, you know, like, for example, personally, I don't watch streams, but that's only because I don't have the time. And usually, I'm the kind of man that, like, enjoys watching something from the beginning. I can't quite, like, join something mid. It's like watching a movie, right? And then just showing up halfway through it and expecting to figure out what's going on. Like, that's kind of how I see it in a lot of cases. Unless, you know, you're doing something like I'm doing right now, which is a re-rolling, which is obviously if you join whenever, you're not going to miss that much. But in a lot of cases, I just can't really like join midway and just enjoy it as much. But it's also time usually for me because I work until like 5 o'clock, and by the time I get home, it's like 6. And also, I'd much rather just stream myself if I got the time, you know, because it's just way more fun for me to play games and just interact with people while I'm at it. Well, that's just my personal prerogative, I guess. Because, I mean, streaming was quite an alien concept for me for a while as well. Because I grew up just watching YouTube, like, in videos. And I haven't really known about streaming until, like, 2015, 2016. I think that's when I kind of saw it for the first time, I think. And then I never really paid attention to it. And then when I started doing my own things, I just was like, oh yeah, I'll make some videos, you know, whatever. And then one thing led to another, and I was like, you know what? Let's give it a shot, see what it's like. And so ever since the first stream, I was like, you know what? This is kind of fun. That is fair. That is fair, Sadvik. I mean, Father YouTube knew what he was doing. He was trying to set you onto a righteous path towards enlightenment, Liz. And you ignore him for too long. I mean, to be honest, I sometimes get the randomest recommendation in my feed as well. Like, the stuff that I don't even care about. You know, and occasionally I get shoved down my throat like a video for weeks upon weeks as well. Until I finally cave in and watch it, and usually it's like the most disappointing thing in the world. And I just don't understand how YouTube algorithm recommends me stuff. Because, you know, it would be something like 10-hour ASMR rain sounds, and I'll be like, okay, well, I might watch it later. And then it would be like, a man makes ice cream for 3 hours. I'll be like, well, you know, what kind of ice cream are we talking here? Are we talking vanilla, chocolate, mint? Like, what kind of ice cream? I'll be like, okay, maybe. And that'll be just like the randomest game Let's Play that I don't even know about. Like, it'll be something like Rust gameplay, and I'm like, I don't even play Rust. What do you mean? No. So yeah, I don't know how algorithm works, but it's a interesting, tricky beast. Yeah, Liz went full circle. You never actually told me this. Because you only ever said that you just randomly saw it in your recommendation feed and you decided to join. You never actually told me there was a full saga. That's quite intriguing. Now I'm interested. You piqued my curiosity. Greg, withhold your horses. Liz is in the middle of lore story, and I want to hear it. She's talking about how she discovered a cult. Because, I mean, Greg was there since day one. Greg is a real one. Because, you know, the first stream I ever did, Greg actually joined me. And we played together. So Greg was there since the Genesis. But, do you know who was my first commenter ever? It was Mudad. So, Mudad is a special one as well, because she was here before anyone else. She commented on my... What was it? I think... Venti video? Or something like that? Yeah. It was in the Hida stream. Remember when we actually went around? And you joined me and we kind of... I remember we raced with like Mona and... who did you have? You had Yellen, I believe. But Mudad was a real one. You know, she was there since the Genesis. I'm telling you. And she, I vaguely remember what she said. She was like, "You did Venti justice. Good work." Or something like that. And I was like, "Thank you." Oh yeah, because something like that. I just remember you took me to like this journey of exploring Sumeru. Because it was right around the time when it released. And one of the memories I remember, you straddled that giant, like, cyborg that was laying in the desert. And you started shooting missiles at me. And I was like, I don't think they're shooting anything. Out of nowhere, you just squarely shoot me in the head. Just bounce me back. And I was like, oh, I think I got it now. That was pretty good. That was a pretty good time. Sometimes things just happen, Greg. So you were there since essentially my beginning of the streaming. Genesis, I guess. All it took for Liz to get on board was for me to mention Zhongli, and she was there. I know, Greg. Sometimes, you know, unexpected things roll into your lap, and happiness finds you. To be honest, that was actually pretty relatively soon after I started streaming. It wasn't that far off. Because I think it was like early December, maybe late November. Because I remember starting streaming in like early November. And that stream probably was roughly around that time. And I mean, Sadvik was there relatively soon as well. Because Sadvik was the one that told me all the like lore about the Sumeru or whatnot. So he showed up. I don't remember exactly when, but he was relatively quick on the call as well. I think the earliest one that's still like hanging around with us was probably Star actually, because I don't remember when Star joined up, but she was like lurking around here and there and everywhere. Occasionally, I believe. And I think Angel was the same. Oh, I mean, their stream was quite something, you know? Between me losing over the perfume lady and us talking about, like, Milk Empire that we're gonna make and whatever not. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, you know, sometimes, like, over the years, obviously, we had a few people who were just passerbys that would occasionally show up, and then we had some people like Angel who showed up regularly, then disappeared, then showed up again, then disappeared again, and then showed up again. This kind of comes all full circle in the end. Yeah. I remember that. On that stream, you asked what if we had like actual way to communicate. Because before we were rogue, you know? We would only communicate on stream. I didn't have a schedule. I would just show up, you know? And Greg, Sadvik, and some other guys would just show up and I would be like, what's up? Let's hang out. Listen, Greg. Listen. It's in the past. It's a distant past now. We don't play that game anymore. I'm a regular Mr. Streamer now. Here from Thursday to Sunday. Day in, day out. Yeah, I don't remember the first time we did voice chat, but that was pretty special as well. Because at the beginning, I think nobody wanted to talk except me. So I actually do remember the first time we did it. It was just me sitting in a voice chat, and I was just talking, and you guys were typing. And I think only after a while, Greg decided to join in. And that was a pretty interesting experience because I would just say something and then wait for you guys to reply, and that would be like, okay, well, I'll say something again, I guess. Why are you talking? Okay, maybe I'm misremembering. Fair enough. To be honest, it has been years. My memory is hazy over that time. But it was a pretty special time. I do reflect upon it occasionally because the thing is, if I never... Okay, so the reason why I started streaming was I think because that day I didn't have a video to upload. And that was at a time when I tried to upload videos daily. And the video that I was planning to make didn't work out. Like, I couldn't finish it on time. And I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'll try this, like, streaming thing that I heard so much about and see maybe if I like it or something. And to be fair, I didn't know what I was doing. At that time, I literally just... I actually Googled how to set up a stream. I was that archaic. And let me tell you something. It took me like a solid 4 hours in order to figure out how to stream. And I don't think you realize how jaggedy my first stream was, but it was very. Okay? It was very jaggedy. But it was special. I didn't have a chat either, right? I didn't have a chat for like the longest time because I couldn't figure out for the life of me how to put chat on screen. So I was sitting there with my phone in one hand and playing Genshin in another. That's why sometimes you get like dead silence at the beginning, and I was like just trying to read chat while like a hilichurl was pummeling me to half death or something. And that's a kind of experience you don't see often. Yeah, it was I think that was like... Was it the first time? I think that was the first time I actually also tried to do voice acting, like for you guys. Because I believe before I didn't, because I wasn't really comfortable with like making, you know, old man voices or something, being like, "Hi there, young whippersnappers, how you cooking up? Let's go. Mr. Streamer's over here." You know, I wasn't particularly feeling comfortable doing stuff like that. Now I don't care. Now I'll start doing random voices out of nowhere and just, you know, they're just normal for now. But back in the day, I was really shy about it because I was still very, like, socially awkward in that regard. And, yeah, how far I could come. How far we have come, rather. You know, we all bright-eyed, large individuals that, you know, just enjoying life right now. Oof, that was quite a time. Because at that point, I I was just concerned that I was playing only Genshin at the time, because the thing is, there wasn't any Honkai Star Rail, and there wasn't any other game I was playing at the time. So I was only playing like Genshin Impact, and I was like, I gotta mix it up a little bit. I can't just be streaming Genshin every day, because it's probably boring for people. So I was like, what else am I interested in? And I was like, well, I like manhwa, really. I enjoy reading a lot. And I was like, oh, I can probably just do like a reading stream. Maybe people will like it. And I did the first one. The first one I think was fine. And you were guys, oh yeah, that's pretty nice. Can you do it again? I was like, yeah, sure. And the second one, I think it was. For the first 30 minutes, I was muted and I was just reading to myself. And I was looking for like any sort of reaction. And all I saw after I was done reading like the first couple of chapters, it was like, Lux, you muted in all caps from multiple people. And I was like, well, yeah, that didn't work out, did it? And I had to reread it, but, you know. Yeah, to be honest, that was the case as well. For whatever reason, my stream just bugged out. And... and I just thought, because my phone didn't update. There was still a time when I was reading the chat from my phone, you know, the archaic era. Which was only a year ago, but, you know, might as well be prehistoric now. And it was still the time when I believe I was reading from my phone. So, I didn't have a way to, like, check in real time whether something was working or not. Because now I have, a setup where if something bugs out, I know immediately. But at the time, I didn't. So, if my phone bugged out and I didn't see any messages, I was like, oh, maybe you guys just weren't feeling it or something, you know. I was just like, okay, well, I'll vibe out, you know, just say something and scream into the void and maybe somebody responds. But yeah, it was a good time. It was a good time, you know. We had a fun, we had a hoot and holler, shall we say. Well, yeah, you did force me to say RR a lot, and you know, I did say it in a very, very sultry voice as well, which I'm not proud of, but you know, at that time I was a very naive man, didn't realize what kind of impact that will have on my near future. True, Greg, true. Look, there was a lot of things there I was trying to figure out, and like, I'm the kind of man that, like, if I figure something out, I just stick to it. I never tweak with things, right? And at that time, I was just streaming off the cuff, you know, nothing was pre-planned. I didn't really have a schedule, like, realistically speaking. I would just show up like an hour or two before, and I'll be like, guys, I'm streaming today. Come hang out. I mean, it is recorded on the stream, you know. It is what it is. I mean, do you guys remember the Clock Saga that me and Greg went on the Wooden Wave stream? On the last Woowa stream I did. Me and Greg went through our Clock Saga. The most heated debate we probably had on this channel. I don't think we ever got as heated about a subject that literally didn't matter. And I even busted out Photoshop to prove my point. And that was a good time. And that was a good time. I think it's still pinned. It's still pinned in our Discord. It was quite something. It's all a blur to me now, but I just remember the clock. That's all I don't even remember what started it. I honestly don't remember. But that's part of history, you know? They're just part of history that we can all look back onto and be like, wow, how far we've come. Good times, good times. Trip down the memory lane. Nothing quite like losing your mind over re-rolling and having a trip down the memory lane at the same time. Do any of you remember the good old Big Mushroom saga? How I made the voices of probably the most off-the-cuff voice I ever made in my life, and I don't even remember how it sounded. How I was growing my mushroom nation. That's probably the most deep fry reference I can make, but if you remember, that's Samuran, I think his name was, and that was that was quite a journey. Because I would switch between his voice and my normal voice like it was nothing, and just just pretend like I was having conversation with myself, essentially, losing my absolute god. That was a good time. That was a good time. Oh, absolutely. I just imagine somebody showed up on the stream and just heard me making their voice and probably ran away in fear, covering for their life. And to be fair, I couldn't blame them. I would do the same. If that was me, I'll be long gone. I probably wouldn't be able to replicate the voice because it was like the most off-the-cuff VA I ever did for any of the stream. I honestly don't even remember. It's all a blur to me. I just remember how weird it sounded. And that was all there is. I mean, look, it wouldn't be too far off. I mean, I showed my setup on in Discord before. It's not too far off because it's a relatively small room with like just my PC, my bed, and just cream-colored walls. So it might as well be padded cell. Just my little echo chamber. They go to contemplate my life choices. I mean, I probably could recreate it if I heard it again, but it would take some effort. I think actually you guys asked me to recreate at some point down the line when we still were doing Genshin. And I did try to, but I don't think it was quite the same. It was similar, but I mean, gotta do what you gotta do, Sarvik. Gotta do what you gotta do. At least I don't have cans of G Fuel or anything. Like, my only rule for, like, my PC desk is to not have food near it. I never ate anything on my PC because I hate the idea of having crumbs everywhere. I only, like, drank tea before and, like, water, but I never ate food on my desk because my biggest pet peeve is crumbs. I hate them so much, and they get everywhere, and you never get rid of them. So I just avoid it like a plague. Other than that, the rules go out the window. Anything goes. Yes, Greg? Yes, go on. Are you gonna tell me that your keyboard is nothing but crumbs? Don't tell me that, Greg. Come on. I know you better than that. Yes, but why would you need a vacuum cleaner when you can just don't eat on your desk? It's so simple. Dining tables were invented for a reason, you know? You prepare your meal, you set up your silverware, you take your napkin, you tuck it in on your lap and one in your collar, you know? And then you have a delectable meal that will delight your senses. And then, you know, you dab your face, clean up the mess, wash up, and then you go about your day. That's what a proper gentleman would do, Greg, and I believe you are such. Unbelievable, this man. Well, the thing is, I'm also a tiny bit of germaphobe, so it does play into that more than anything. Because I like just cleanliness, and I also hate dirt in general. So that could be part of it. Straight from the bed. Is crying optional, Sadvik, or is it a requirement? Because I don't know if crying enhances the flavor. Is it like... Are you crying from happiness? Sadness? Like, what kind of crying are we talking about here? Greg back with uranium. One of these days, Greg will show up with uranium-235 and you're gonna take a picture of him chomping it down. And that's when he go and grow the third leg and the fifth eye from his palm. And that's when everything will change. I didn't know that, Liz. That actually makes sense. Because tortilla is basically the most structurally integral bread that you can have. It's like, it's a canvas that can withhold anything, really. Any sauces, any sort of toppings, it's fine. With bread, it gets soggy super easily. How close attack season is. That's fair. Savik, that's fair. I've been there. Been there, done that. When in doubt, just get a packet of ramen. Do what Greg does. Stock up on Bulldog for 20 years ahead and just live the life of a king. Well, apologies, the fourth leg. Greg, how could I forget? I mean, to be fair, the only reason that I don't eat ramen is just because my stomach is a little bit sensitive, so I can't really mix such harsh chemicals the powders usually involve. But I always thought if it was a myth that some people survive on nothing but ramen in uni, but Greg single-handedly proves it, that it is real. Because the man only eats ramen by the looks of it. And to be fair, that's quite a lifestyle. I would love to have, but unfortunately, I have a baby stomach that doesn't allow me to. And that's the only thing that holds me back. Unfortunate, but, you know, what can you do? Yeah, but what is Bulldog? No, it's not the age, actually. I do have, like, a relatively sensitive stomach, where even the slight disturbance can upset it. So I have to be kind of careful with what I eat. That's why I don't really eat spicy food anymore, even though I love it. But yeah, it just, you know, it is what it is. I've been told by the medical professional that, you know, I'll be better in like a year or so. It just, for now, I have to refrain. And all I want is nice, chili pepper in my, you know, mouth to set my taste buds ablaze. Also, I forgot to quit this stage again while I was blabbering. I keep forgetting. Keep forgetting every time. To be fair, that does sound pretty good, Greg. So you'd add your own toppings. Well, the thing is, Satvik, I didn't grow up in Britain, so I grew up with normal taste buds, you know, as the rest of the world has. And my taste buds crave spice. I love flavor. I mean, I'll eat it. It's not like I can't handle the spice. It's not the flavor. I love the flavor of spice. It's just that my stomach can handle it. That's a problem. My digestive tract is betraying me. And that's the only reason. Study hungry? I mean, if that's not the most college dorm type of translation, I don't know what is. I'll think about it. I'll think about Satvik. I mean, I've been showcasing my cooking prowess occasionally. You know? I can cook, it's just... It depends what. Okay, let's see if rerolling gods will smile upon me this time. Nothing. Maybe singles. Not quite. Doesn't look too good. I think we're gonna go back to the Thunderdome yet again. I mean, to be honest, I never had like study session where I incorporate food anyway, because I never had study sessions. Every single exam that I ever took in my life was prepared by essentially studying like an hour before it started, and that was about it. If I was lucky, that is. Usually it involved a very detailed process known as winging it, and I don't know, it always kind of worked out. When in doubt, always put C as an option, is what I always said and what I will always keep saying. Or rather B, not C, B. Because you want to be special in that regard. Oh, I did it. I probably used it already. There we go, that's better. Look, Greg, I just enjoy the fun community stuff that we have go on. If I was doing this by myself, I probably would have given up a long time ago. But now that, you know, it's a little bit of a communal experience. We're rerolling not just for me, but for us. Because when we finally reach our goal, we will achieve enlightenment collectively. And also, I just like rerolling, you know, I can't help myself. The gambling demon inside of me, the little goblin inside my brain, just keeps telling me to do so. And how can I reject it? You know? Are you gonna bust out the sickle? And the red flag out of nowhere? Plus, what else am I gonna do with my Sunday afternoon? Play other video games? Improbable. Study? For what? Enlightenment? Already did so. Sleep? Preposterous. I would never do steps so low. So it's like, you know, the options are limited. And I might as well just do something entertaining. At least for you guys. For me, it's just, you know, it's all a blur. I'm not gonna remember any of this tomorrow. Wow, Greg. You and your phrases. Quite a connoisseur of finding things you are, ain't you? No, that's absolutely fine, Liz, you know? What do you expect me to say? A real fan would have taken their phone to a shower and listened from there. Unbelievable. No, it's fine, Liz. Don't worry about it. I'm surprised you're still gonna listen from the shower, though. But fair enough, you know? I guess you gotta keep an eye open for any slander that may come your way. I do appreciate that. Well, are you now, Greg? Are you? Fair enough, fair enough. In case you don't get the reference, that's my Discord bio, essentially. I'm an enjoyer of many things, and gachas being one of them. I mean, might as well, Greg. Might as well. Actually, a question. Have you guys ever sang in a shower? Because I haven't. And I always seen it like movies, and I never asked anyone this before, but I'm just curious now. Because I never did it, and I also just wonder how it works. Because I assume you have to stand backwards towards the shower, right? You don't just sing with your mouth open, let the water stream wash over you. tarot cards, I mean, you might as well. I don't know anything about tarot cards, but go on. Okay, so Cyphic is like me. Fair enough. I don't know. I just, you know, Greg brought it up and I thought I'd mention it. It's just one of those things that I never experienced because, A, I take my showers in like 5-10 minutes flat. I don't linger there. And B, I don't know, just, I never had an urge to sing in the shower. You know, it's one of those things. But it's interesting to see you guys, you know, what you up to. Not judging, but, you know. 1 and 22. Let's go with 21, because, you know, nice number. Let's go with 12, the age when I became a man, by playing the first game of League of Legends. And let's go with 18, because, you know, that's when you truly become a man. So 21, 18, and 12. That's what trips to the bathroom are. That's what Porcelain Throne is for, Savic, not the shower. The shower is to wash away the sins that you accumulated throughout the day. I mean, I'm not saying you're saying happy, so I was just saying general saying. Because, I don't know, it's just one of those things. Is it bad, Greg? Come on, give it to me straight. Don't sugarcoat it. Is that good? I don't know if that's good. I'm not sure what inverted means in that concept, but... okay, well... I thought you already knew that by heart. You were about to say that, you know, I'm gonna cause an earthquake within 10-mile radius as soon as I wake up tomorrow, something like that. Does inverted mean bad? Funny words. I mean, the thing is, I'm not a spiritual person, unless we're talking about, you know, Reiatsu and Ki or something, but I think it's kind of fun, you know? Because I have, like, a couple friends that are, like, really into, like, Feng Shui and, like, tarot and all that, and, like, horoscopes. They basically base their entire, like, day based on those things, and I was just like, well, I mean, whatever happens, happens. I know, Liz, I know. Greg is about to tell me that I'm gonna be the end of the universe, you know, I'm gonna cause a heat death of our sun, and then, are you telling me I'm a cold tyrant that'll run this place with an iron fist? I don't know. Okay, I guess we found out the Lux is indeed the villain now. Okay, good. We get some character development. You know, I do like my villains, and Aizen is my role model, so perhaps it does make sense. Tradition, you know, I'm a pretty traditional man. If by tradition you mean, kinda insane, but you know, traditional in that regard. You know, it could be worse. Could be worse. Satvik is gonna be like, you're the jolliest, happiest man in the world. Everybody likes to be around you. Meanwhile, Lux is a cold tyrant that treats all people around him as mere pawns for his schemes of world domination. Be careful around him. Don't let him deceive you. Unbelievable. The slander that I'm getting. Look, with great power comes great slandering potential, is all I'm gonna say. Now Greg is gonna become a full-time fortune teller. Just gonna tell us all our fates. It would be funny if it would be completely polar opposite to mine, to be honest. Sadvik is like the beacon of hope. A pleasure to be around. Definitely not a tyrant. Well, Wheel of Fortune gotta be good. I mean, it's Wheel of Fortune. You know? Doesn't mean Sadvik needs to solve a puzzle. I think the last one you got the same one as me. Oh no, my one wasn't inverted, I think. So I don't actually know. Liz, now you're gonna join in the fun. You're gonna select the cards. And as soon as Greg hears him, it's like the earth's just gonna crack beneath his feet. And Liz gonna summon him to the hell dimension. He's been like, you can't expose me like that, Greg. I thought we had a deal. Oh, so Sadvik is a fighter. Sadvik, so you basically get the protagonist's fate. You know, you gotta achieve your enlightenment phase, then face an immovable foe, go through your training arc, and eventually overcome them. Getting the girl, saving the day, and saving the world. Exactly, Sadvik, exactly. It's better than mine, because I'm basically destined to become like a Warhammer 40k emperor or something, just ruling the world with iron fist, I guess. While repressing my inner desires for, you know, ice cream and whatnot, not indulging in any sort of mortal feelings of pleasure, shall we say. Well, you know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Sadvik sets out on his world conquest, taking inspiration from the British roots, establishing his own empire. The man is going to be the next coming of Superman, but instead of wearing speedos on his on top of his trousers, the man is just going to rock up fully clad in armor, you know, with a sword in his hand, ready to save the day. Yeah, let's just name random numbers. You never know. You might receive a good fortune. You never know. Can be worse than mine. That's what I was gonna say. How is she still typing? Alright, we're this time yet again. You did it on purpose, Liz. Wow. Wow. What a bunch of numbers. Well, Sadvik, Move your gaze away from 6 and see what else you see. Because there's different kind of numbers there. It's quite a selection, if I do say so myself. Quite fascinating, indeed. Actually, you get it now. Yeah, just say it. Just say it. Not sure if you did intentionally, but, you know. Well, inverted devil couldn't be a good one. Unless it's like the opposite of a devil, where, you know, you might be a devil on the outside, but on the inside, you're morally keeping your high ground at any given point. Something along those lines. We got Ichigo. And all it took is for Greg to give us a fortune telling. Okay. We might be cooking now. It does sound... Like, the names of these cards, I never played... or like... Well, I guess you're not playing, you're reading your fortune. I never read my fortune before. So I don't know how it works. But it always sounds really fascinating to me. I know, Sadvik, I appreciate the enthusiasm. You see, all it took is for me to pipe down and chill a little bit. And the good luck started rolling in. Inner voice, intuition, freedom, selflessness, and unconsciousness, and unknown. I want to know what the unknown part is. To be fair, that doesn't sound that bad. I think you got probably better than me and well, Sadvik's actually was pretty cool, but why do I get the worst one? Why am I a cold-blooded emperor here? Unbelievable. You guys get the best ones. Unknown is a scary part. Liz is an amalgamation of everything in the world, you know? She takes a bit of everything. Alright. Let's see if we can squeak out a nice Byakuya o Urahara. Look, the cards have spoken. I'm not going to deny them. I'm not going to deny them. If that's my fate, so be it. Okay, we got another. SSR. Please. Please be Byakuya Urahara. That's all I want. We're locking in, guys. This could be the one. Could it be that all it took is for Greg to give me my readings and for me to realize who I am truly on the inside and outside to finally succeed in life? Is that what it took? Is that the case? Let's see. I mean, Liz, that's a good thing, because those cards told me a lot about myself that I didn't know either. Who is this? Oh. I keep getting duped. I keep thinking that the blue one, or rather purple, is Byakuya. Maybe it's a sign. Maybe it's a sign from the universe that I should just stick with Tolson, because we got him twice now. And it's like... The thing is that Tolson is good. I'm not complaining. It's just... I want somebody else. It's not that he's bad. He's not. He's good. I like him. He's a good character and a good, you know, individual. Love his story. Absolutely awesome, but... you know? It's not what I want. But this is probably the best account I got so far, because, you know, we got Ichigo, we got Tolson. You know? But it's like, you know. I know, like, like, look at this man. He's cool. I like him. He's, you know, he has a unique story of, you know, overcoming hardships and whatnot. And when he, like, fights Komamura, it was pretty heartwarming. But, like, that's not all I need, you know? Okay, you know what? Let's do a few more, and I'd say we do about 5 more. And then if we don't get somebody, we'll stick with this account, and I'll play along, and you know, we'll call it a day. Cause at this point, it just feels like, you know, I'm just not gonna get them, and it's okay. Well, actually, let's check Tossen, because the thing is, Tossen is good if I get Tosho for him. Because it's like... Let me check what he does. Okay, let me check what he does. Because if he... I think so. After not being able to achieve my true prowess, I finally become a tyrant. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's do this. I'll try him out right now. I'll play a couple stages with him. And if I like him, we'll stick with this account. Because, you know, there's only so much rerolling one man can do. And, as I said, we only did, well, like 30 pulls. And I still have decent amount of pulls I can do for, like... Because I can get Byakuya Kisuke from here. So technically, I can just roll on this banner until I get one of them. And then try for another, but... It's just, you know... I'll try him out. I'll try him out. I'll give him a shot. I'll give him a shot, and then if I enjoy playing with him, we'll stick around. Because, you know, I don't want to sound ungrateful, because it's a good pool. You know? It's not a bad one. Hi there, Ray. Glad to see you. Hopefully doing well. But yeah, welcome everyone. We're doing some tarot card reading for Greg. If you want to get your cards read, just ask Greg and he'll give you your fortune. He's doing it today just to please the masses. We already found out that I am apparently a cold-blooded tyrant that seeks nothing but destruction upon the world. Liz is a wild card, and Satvik is a protagonist that's about to embark upon a journey of self-discovery. And maybe conquer a country or two while he's at it. I'll try him out until we get to, like... We'll clear a second chapter with him, maybe. And I'll see what he does. Well, Sadvik, don't we all? Don't we all? I don't know, Liz. You are a wildcat, ain't you? You never know what you're gonna come up with. You're an enigma of this universe. In a good way. It means you're very unique. Alright, that's sorted. Let's try Tossen now. See what he feels like. Because if he's good, then, you know, we might stick around. And then at some point later down the line, we'll probably get Byakuya or something. I mean, by the time Yahweh actually comes to this game, I'm pretty sure... Actually, he might be an anniversary unit, you never know. Because it took, like, Bleach Brave Souls, I think, 4 years in order to release him. And his first version was so unbelievably bad that nobody even played with him. Which I felt like they did him so dirty. Because he's, like, one of the coolest characters, and yet... he received a treatment unworthy of his stature, shall we say. Alright, Kaname, I'll give you a shot. I'll see if I like your playstyle. And if I do, I might keep you around. Alright, let's see what he does. Oh, okay, so he applies bleed. Ooh, he does the main expansion. Okay, okay, listen. Maybe. I mean, that's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie though, that looked kind of slick. And it seems like he's stacking the bleed infinitely. It doesn't look like there's a cap. Absolutely, absolutely no worries, Sadvik. It was a pleasure seeing you as always. Hi there, Control. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Alright. You know what? Maybe Torsen was the man I was waiting for. Because, you know, Bianca and Kisuke betrayed me. You know, they haven't answered my call in the past 3 days. And maybe, just maybe, Torsen is a man for the mission. Because those wound stacks seem kind of nice. I need to see how big a multipliers on bleed is. Because usually dots in these kinds of games, they're either really, really strong, if they don't have, like, limits. Because you can just infinitely stack them. Or they're really, really weak. One of the two. The game is so far pretty good. I mean, I only did up to chapter 3, personally. Just because I was re-rolling for a while. I only really played it on Friday. And yesterday and today, just kind of been re-rolling. But I'd say overall, the game is really fun. I like the fluidity of combat. The animations for skills are really fun. And also, it just, you know, it feels good. Which is a lot more than I can say for a lot of games that come out nowadays, especially for mobile. If this game gets, like, a proper PC client, I feel like it will be really good. And I think somebody mentioned earlier in the stream that there is a plan to release one in early 2026. So far, it's pretty good, I'd say. Alright, you know what? Torsen kind of growed on me. Now that I actually got to play with him, because originally I didn't know what he really does. That is true, it does give pretty strong Zenless on Zero vibes, because I played quite a lot of it for culture reasons, shall we say. Yeah, it is a fun game, and it definitely has similar playstyle. Oh yeah, I thought that was a bug. And also, in Chapter 3, I believe there's a couple missions that you don't have a note sound for, even they don't play. There's literally, they just skip themselves, and you get bounced back into, like, the main screen. Which I think is before you fight, Jidambo, I think his name was. So, that's kind of sucky, because it kind of interferes with the story, because you would think they would iron out the story, but I don't think there's actual bugs in gameplay yet that I encountered, which is good. Yeah, AI could be a little bit finicky, but the thing is, at the end of the day, as long as the game allows you to actually, play it relatively easy, that's all I care about. Because auto in these kinds of games could be a good or bad thing, because if there's no auto, then you're more likely to actually pay attention and play the game. And if there is auto, I usually just put on auto and I don't even learn like mechanics half the time. That could be just me though. And if it is, I totally get it. But yeah, it's one of those things where I feel like they have something to iron out. Like for example, I think if they add co-op to this game, it will be really good. Because co-op is one of the things that I feel like a lot of games desperately need in order to survive a long time. Because if you don't have things to do constantly, people are less likely to actually care about the game. And just for longevity of it, there's got to be something to do with other people. Whether it's PvP, whether it's, some sort of, like, raid bosses. It's got to be something there. And then I feel like it will really thrive. Okay, this is a team we're gonna run for now. Let's just put Ishida, because I kind of like him. Okay, so he boosts thrust damage. Interesting. The thing about PvP, right, it could be a hit or miss. I feel like if done right, PvP could be great, but at the end of the day, this is a gacha game. So you gotta keep in mind that PvP only gonna be as good as how they balance it. Because if you go against a whale and they just steamroll you by having like a maxed Ichigo, maxed Byakue, maxed Urahara, that's not really fun, is it? So you gotta be relatively balanced in order for it to work. But at the same time, I feel like co-op is just a very safe option where they can do exact same thing as Bleach Brave Souls did and just enable people to party up and grind materials without using the energy. I mean, that's why I've been rerolling like crazy. Because I've been trying to get like Ichigo and either Byakue or Kisuke, but so far I just wasn't able to. And I've been rerolling for like, 15 hours now? So right now I'm just trying to convince myself that Kaname is good. And to be honest, he is, because the bleed stacks that he applies, I don't think there's a limit. But the only problem is, he doesn't have like a DPS right now who can actually work for him. And I think the new Toshiro probably will be his best support. Because I believe he boosts freeze damage. And Toshiro will benefit from that immensely. So I think Kaname for now is a sleeper unit that will become better with time. And also, this bleed stack, I think it scales from max HP, so for bosses, I think it will be really good. Yeah, it's 10-15 minutes. I'll probably reroll maybe like 100 times at this point. But the thing is, it's not that bad, because I've been doing it, on stream, so I kind of been making my own fun as I go, chatting with people and whatnot. So if I was doing it in my spare time by myself, then I would have been kind of, annoyed about it. But doing it collectively, I don't think it's as bad. Because I played a lot of gacha games like, Genshin, Honkai, Zenless Zero, Wuthering Waves, and Doing Night Abyss, the latest one. And almost in all of them, well, pretty much all of them, I re-rolled. And usually it takes me about 50 tries to actually get what I want, but it's not always the case, so, Look, Liz, It's not being insane, it's called being persistent. And I'm all about persistence. But yeah, the Kaname skills seem kinda nice, cause like these wound stacks, it seems like they don't have a limit. And they do like decent damage, considering my Kaname is only level 1. Cause like his normal attack does 22 damage. Meanwhile, the stacks of bleed do like 66. And that just seems kinda nice. And he can maintain them relatively fast. So I feel like he could be a good, like, boss unit, to be honest. Probably not really good for, like, AoE stuff, but as a single DPS, he seems kinda nice. I know, Liz, I know. He's kind of grown in me, to be honest. I don't dislike him, I'd say. Because I only tried him, like, his gameplay preview, but I haven't actually sat down and played with him, so I didn't know what he could do. And he doesn't seem that bad, to be honest. And, like, Byakue is not the end of the world if I don't get, but I definitely want Urahara, because he's like the key to a lot of teams. But the thing is, like, he boosts thrust damage, right? And there's no thrust damage yet. That's good. Yeah, no 50-50 is a big one. I mean, 50-50 has been bane on my existence for every single gacha game I've played, and I'm just so conditioned into believing that they're just a norm. But this game just rolled out and be like, no 50-50, just you get a character you summon 80 times, you get them. And I'm like, great, that's what I want. I just want to know exactly how many pools do I need to save to guarantee a unit. Because with 50-50 you can do that. You can save up 80 pools, you can lose 50-50, and then essentially you like, well, what am I gonna do now? Ooh, that is kind of rough. I mean, the saving grace is basically just the ability to reroll relatively quickly. If, like, you know, you get bad pulls, I guess. Because this game gives you quite a bit of currency to pull with, doesn't it? So you get, like, a bunch for chapters. There's 8 chapters as well, I didn't know that. Yeah, that is a smart choice, to be honest, because more times than not, if you pull for a character, you gotta have in mind that you most likely will not get them. It's just how it is, unfortunately. Because even though it is 50-50, when you think about it, you weigh in one character at 50%, and then you weigh in like 5 other characters at 50%. So statistically speaking, it's 1 in like 6, you know? Because the odds are exactly the same. So it's not exactly 50-50. It's more like 75-25. Oh, this has always felt like to me. Because Zeus is my witness. I haven't won that many 50-50s in my time. I mean, I did reroll for solo leveling when I used to play it as well, and that was actually relatively painless, because I think with solo leveling you don't actually have to play. I think you can just skip, can you? Like the entire story, tutorial part. I'm pretty sure you can just skip. From memory at least. I don't know if that was the case. It has been a year. But I'm pretty certain that was what was going on, and that was the first time I saw that mechanic. which made it kind of nice. But I reroll pretty much every game I play. Like, every gacha game I play where you need to get, like, certain characters, I reroll. Just because I want to ensure that, in the long run, I don't have to worry about pulling, like, good characters, shall we say. I can just get a decent one, going first, and then just save for whoever piques my curiosity later. Is usually my mentality about these games. Oh yeah, there is a banner to pick 'em. I do know that one. But the thing is, I feel like it's a smart choice to save up. Like, just have 80 pulls on the standby for this banner, but then try to go for this one for a bit. Just because when you get to... Like, I'd say, personally, probably to try and do this one twice. Like, get your first guaranteed, you know, within 50 pulls. Then go on this one for the second 5-star. Oh. Or rather, SSR. And then after they go for guaranteed, because the thing is, I think you get like 300 pulls, right? So if you get 2 different characters on here, like let's say for example you get, I don't know, Tosen and Byakuya, right? You can go for Kisuke then. Because if you get like, let's say for example you get Kisuke, and then you pull on this banner and you get a copy of him, it's not exactly good now, is it? If you want to have like different units. Kind of a little bit of a long game strategy, but I feel like that's probably the best one you can do in order to ensure that, you know, you prowl through the game a little bit easier in the future. And it's also just good to have a variety of units instead of like a couple they use all the time. Mean to do that. The dots seem to be kind of nice in this game. I'm still need to know, like, what is the damage percentage for them and whatnot. But they seem kind of decent. And I do like this domain. That's kind of nice. Yeah, that's the thing, like, because you get guaranteed at 300, so basically all you realistically need to do is to pull, like, if you're looking for the best units, which would be like Kisuke, Byakuya, and maybe Tosen, I guess, because he's kind of nice, and if you get like Byakuya, for example, from standard, then you can guarantee like Urahara, and vice versa. And then just go on from there. Because the thing is, you can only get standard characters from standard banner, because they're not unlimited ones. Because with other games, you have a chance to like get other units. But not with this one, so you kind of limited only by what you get at the beginning, I guess. Then just try to get more units. Because you can guarantee yourself 2. So, kind of have to plan out in that regard, but... my plan will probably be, if I stick with this account, which I might, because to be honest, I'm already too tired from rerolling, been doing it for way too long, so I might as well just play the game and actually enjoy it. And see if we can actually get another character before we end the stream, maybe. But for now, I'm just trying to test out Tosen, you know, see if I enjoy his gameplay, see if he's, you know, a decent unit for now. And so far he seems kind of nice. And it seems like tacticians would be the most like prized possession in this game. Because their fields give you like a flat 30% damage. So as long as you have one for like thrust, one for slash, and one for strike, I'm pretty sure you're gonna be set. And I think Tosen is for strike, or thrust rather, Kamori for strike, and Byakuya is for slash. So if you go those 3, I feel like you're pretty much set, because then you can build whatever. And having the force skill is pretty good. It gives you more damage. Okay, now I think I can actually check what Austin's stats look like. Okay, so it's 2% of his attack. While attacking enemies, stack increased total crit rates. Okay, so he gets more crit rate from it. That's good. Okay, so that's fine. He reduces resistance as well. Interesting. So he reduces resistance by 30% for thrust. That's kind of good. Okay. Okay, so he seems kind of decent. So he restores energy as well. Okay. I mean, we'll keep playing with him for now and just see how far we can get. Hi there, Kronos. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. To be honest, Control, it's like anything, you know, you shouldn't follow just the meta, because I only wanted Kisuke and Byakuya because I like the characters, and they just so happen that they're the best characters in the game. Like, if I don't know, Kaname was the best character in the game, I wouldn't really go for him, just because he's the best. To me, it's more important, like, do you actually enjoy the character? And if you do, then they're worthwhile playing. Because if you pull the character that you actually like, you're more likely to play more anyway, rather than just playing for the sake of doing so, instead of enjoying the game. It's very easy to fall into that trap of, like, oh, I need this character in order to, you know, build this team in order to be good. You can kind of try it out, see what you feel like, and go on from there instead. Well, to me, I think my favorite character so far is actually Ichigo, because I just really like his fast playstyle. He feels like really smooth, which I appreciate. Because speed to me is more important than actual like big numbers. Because even if he didn't hit hard, even though he does, still I feel like I would really like him. And his Hollow Mask mode is pretty cool as well. Listen, I am persistent, Liz, and I'm also stubborn. I refuse to accept defeat. But you know, I did say it yesterday, the Kaname would be like a consolation prize if I do get him. You know, sometimes you gotta settle for second best. And as I said, we are technically still can get Kisuke and Byakuya later, so, you know, it is what it is. And we only got them in 30 pulls as well, so it wasn't even that much. So we'll see how it goes. We'll enjoy the story for now, we'll enjoy, you know, the gameplay. And then later on, we'll go on from there. Let me know, by the way, guys, if you want me to turn up the game volume back again instead of music in the background so you can hear the story, just in case you want to experience it. Because I think we played it only up to chapter 3 on Friday. So after that, if you want to, me to bump it up, I can definitely do so. The main reason why I disable sound is because for re-rolling purposes, at the beginning there's #1 soundtrack and it's copyright claimable. So I had to like cover my tracks in that regard. Okay, there we go. Oh, some nice damage, 10k. Love to see that. The lizards living their lifestyle of living on the edge. Going full throttle or nothing at all. You either listen to something muted or 100%. No matter how loud or quiet it is. Was it actually confirmed that Toshiro is coming next? Because I haven't looked, actually. But I just heard people, whisper about it, shall we say. The Toshiro is on the horizon. And if he is, I might pull for him, because I do like Toshiro as a character. And now, they have Counterman. Might as well, I hope he's Thrust, though. Because I think Thrust has the least amount of usable characters right now. Because the only DPS that they have is Ikaku, and I just refuse, to acknowledge his existence even. After everything he put me through in the past couple days. So, yeah. I mean, to be honest, Kenpachi is eyes and will be on my radar. Because I might skip Toshiro if they are coming, like, right after him. It all depends, like, who is in the horizon. Because they're probably gonna do something big for New Year, I imagine. Because usually with these kinds of games, they release, like, 2 kinds of banners. Like, a pre-months one. So I assume the schedule will be every 2 weeks. And there's usually like mid-months one, which is like the skip one, and then there's the end of the months one, which is usually the big one, where you get like the good characters. And I assume either Kenpachi or Aizen will probably be coming at that point. Ooh, so Kenpachi is next. Ooh. You see, now you're speaking my language, because I didn't know Kenpachi was coming soon. Interesting. Well, they gotta do what they gotta do. I mean, there's still no lieutenants almost in this game. The only one we have is Renji. There's literally nobody else. So they gotta put somebody in the game. I'm sure they'll do like SSR versions in the future. I feel like they're just trying to go with like the obvious 5 stars, all the captains and whatnot. And then all the lieutenants will be, 4 stars for now. But later on, probably will get their own 5 stars. To be honest, I like Gin as well. That's my problem, right? When it comes to Bleach, I love way too many characters. So I will have such a hard time choosing who I actually want to pull for. And that could be like an excuse to make like a second account maybe. And just pull for like, maybe not all characters, but majority of them. So I can just at least play around with them. But I don't know if I'm gonna have the patience for that, to be honest. Because I'm already probably gonna struggle playing on one account rather than two. But could be an idea. Could be an idea. That's the thing. I haven't played like closed beta test, and I haven't seen any leaks yet, at least. So I'm not like in the know-how on what's coming and what's on the horizon. But it's always good to know, because you know at least you can prepare mentally and financially, perhaps in some cases, to expect what's like coming. Oh, absolutely. I mean, Bleach is one of the only animes from my personal memory where it's a shonen, and I like pretty much every character. I don't think there's a single character in Bleach that I dislike, because everybody is like relatively good. Like they don't have any sort of pitfalls that a bunch of these types of characters usually fall under, and I think that's a good thing, because it's like if you can enjoy every single character equally, and obviously you have your favorites or whatnot, that's just good, you know, storytelling. Yeah, again with Rangiku probably would be the next one. Actually, let's take a peek, because it might be they posted something or something like that. Uh, Let me see if there's anything like online saying anything about it. No, it doesn't look like they posted any sort of like preview or anything. But that's okay. That's okay. Cause I've seen an image I think floating around of like Kenpachi, Gin, and maybe Aizen or something. Hi there, Tatmate. Hopefully you're doing well. Glad to see you. Okay, but yeah, I'm definitely probably gonna say for Kenpachi then if he's on the horizon, because I just like Kenpachi too much to skip on him. It's gonna be my boy. Ooh, that's a tough one. I mean, to be fair, anything is releasing on mobile nowadays. Ever since Diablo got released on mobile, I feel like that was a genesis. The beginning of the end, shall we say. You see, Yorichi is my pick. I love me some Yorichi. She was my first crush when I was a kid. When I was watching Bleach at the tender age of 12, when I saw that woman, I was like, that's a woman of my liking. And never been the same since. Well, you see, it's gonna be a farming simulator, where you obviously will have to farm crops in order to fend off the bandits and pay your toll, or forfeit your life. It's not gonna be an action-adventure game anymore. That's fair, Control. That's fair. I mean, Orihime is fine. I don't have anything else here. Like, as I said, I like every character in Bleach, both female and male. I think they all were very well designed. but they are certainly my favorites. And Kenpachi and Aizen being one of them. Byakuya to an extent too. I mean, that we need to, like, recode it, I think, because isn't Red Dead Redemption made on Unreal Engine? And I think that we need to slap it onto Unity in order to make it work. I am a JoJo fan indeed. I watched the first 5 seasons, so, you know, I am a connoisseur. No, not like a JoJo head to an extent, but I do love me some JoJo. Look, I don't judge anyone. I'm just saying, the first time you see Aizen take off his glasses and slick back his hair, I mean, if you didn't get butterflies in your stomach, I don't know what to tell you. I am a JoJo fan, indeed. Indeed. The thing, JoJo has its good parts, but I feel like the thing is, you gotta understand that JoJo is not meant to be understood. It's meant to be experienced. Because it's an anime that's very unique in that it doesn't make sense, but purposefully. You just have to turn off your brain and just enjoy it for what it is. And that way, you will have a great time. I mean, in my mind, you can be Jotaro. Jotaro is my pick personally, you know. Ever since I saw that man, I knew he was the one. The first season of JoJo is a little bit slow, and I do understand if people like don't stick around with it, because it's not what JoJo is about necessarily, and it might send a wrong precedent for what JoJo of the future is. Because it's kind of like, how to describe it even? Just think of it this way. It's like you're watching Full Metal Alchemist and you only watch the Brotherhood, but you don't experience anything else. You don't watch the movies, you don't watch the other parts, and you're like, oh, this is great. But if you watch the other parts, you might be like, okay, well, maybe not so much. It's the other way around with JoJo. You might watch the first season and you're gonna be like, okay, well, this is not really that exciting now, is it? And if you watch the second part, you're gonna be like, okay, this picks up. This picks up. And the third part is, you know, the third part is usually when you actually get invested. And then the fourth, the fifth, and you know, you keep going from there. Then you start reading manga and, you know, Bob's your uncle, you invested already. Now you can call yourself a JoJo head. Josuke's pretty good. Josuke's pretty good. But the thing is, as I said, I haven't kept up after season 5. I know about the characters, and I read manga briefly. But the thing is, I didn't have the time to catch up, and honestly, I stopped watching anime for a while anyway. I started reading more, so to me, I just haven't had the patience to go back. I might at some point in the future, because it's definitely worth it, I'd say. Alright. That is fair. That is fair, Control. I mean, I like the idea of stands, because, you know, it's just so over the top. It's just kind of funny. And I mean, you know, Dio is a goat. Dio is a goat. I mean, think of how many memes Part 3 brought to the table. You know, Are You Approaching Me meme is so iconic nowadays. The world, you know? Part 3 was a gold mine for memes. I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty sure if any parent actually watched JoJo, they would be like, "What is this? I don't understand it. Why do you keep watching this?" It's the same thing with like, if you ever watch Baki, if you try to like sell to somebody how good Baki is, you would have a very hard time. Because how would you even describe Baki? It's like a teenager trying to go on a quest to beat up his father. Is basically what it is. And if you say that to any conscious adult, they would be like, "What did you just say to me?" But when you read it, you're like, "Whew, this is quite an adventure." I mean, which other anime literally has a prehistoric man that they unearthed from ice and then started fighting him? You know, out of nowhere. Who also may or may not walk butt naked half the time. It's like, you know, you just have those quirks. I mean, Baki is probably the most insane anime of all time. It's like, the amount of stuff that's going on there that just boggles the brain is immeasurable. Oh, Yujiro Hanma is an absolute unit. I love Yujiro to bits. He is one of the most well displayed characters of all time, I'd say. Not well written necessarily, but well displayed, because when that man shows up, you know stuff's about to go down. His entrance is always accompanied by a lot of blood, shall we say, and terror being spread all across the land. I never watched Dun Dun Dun, but I know about it. I know about it, unfortunately, I do. And yeah, I would agree there. But yeah, if you've never seen Baki, it's pretty insane because... Okay, spoilers, I guess. If you don't want to hear it, just mute the stream for like 5 minutes. So Baki starts with basically Baki, you know, being brought up by his mother. And the whole plot is Baki's trying to get approval of his mother because his mother is trying to impress his father and build him a worthy, like, son. Brought him up. She, like, spends a bunch of money on, like, supplements, trainers, trying to train him into, like, this absolute unit that Yujiro could be proud of. And, in a way, get his affection. And they go through this vigorous training arc here and there, and then at some point, Baki actually challenges his father. And the fight ends basically with Yujiro bear hugging Baki's mother to death, right? And he happens in front of Baki, and basically sets off the motion of events where Baki entire life purpose is to basically beat his dad up. And that's kind of it. It's as deep as it goes. And then there's plot twists, turns, and, you know, dilemmas, shall we say, for like, how is he gonna do it? And he, you know, goes to fight a bunch of people and, like, learn their techniques. And literally during one point in anime, Baki gets a girlfriend, right? And he was about to, like, engage in the act of lovemaking, shall we say, with his girlfriend. And it was, like, a very sweet, touching moment where, you know, both of them were in love with each other and, you know, trying to commemorate their love in a way. And Yujiro just shows up out of nowhere, squats over their bed, and just leans over to Baki. He was like, go absolutely wild. Tear each other up. Let your inner instincts take over. And stuff like that. He just kept saying for like 2 minutes flat. Then he stood up and just walked out. It just walked out. And I was like, yeah, so are we just going to pretend that didn't happen? And then you go back at it. They didn't even acknowledge it. Well, Baki does acknowledge it, but he was like, okay, well, I guess that happened. And afterwards, after Baki, you know, did the deed, he gets an enlightenment, and he fights a guy who he lost to before, and absolutely annihilates him. So all it took for him is to achieve nirvana through, you know, the acts, shall we say, with a woman, and yeah, he basically got a power because of it. And now you may think to yourself, that sounds insane, but hold up, that's not even the best part, because in Baki, there's a known rule in the world that whenever Hanma people run, all the electronic devices in the world just start malfunctioning, because every single GPS in the world starts tracking the movements on Hanma family. There's like 3 of them. And I think it tracks like Baki and Yujiro at any given moment. So basically, if 2 of them run at the same time, so imagine Baki and Yujiro run at the same time. Just go for a light jog. All the electronics in the world stop working. So they have to coordinate their actions in order not to run at the same time. Otherwise, the entire world technology wide web just goes out of whack and stops working. Now you tell me, which anime has that? Except Baki, because I'll tell you, nobody does. And there's just stuff like that you learn to appreciate from Baki that makes 0 sense on any logical... Well, logic is going out the window as soon as you start watching it, but like, on any sort of level. And this one makes it good. Because you don't watch it for logic. You watch it for insane fights. And that's a beautiful part. Anyway, I think I need to recompose myself. I got a little bit heated there speaking about Baki. I'm just very passionate about it, shall we say. And my passion resonates. But yeah, it's quite an adventure. Quite an adventure. Okay, let me level up the characters. Because I keep forgetting to do it, so. Actually, not the characters, the weapons, because... I mean... Yes and no, depending on your definition. There's definitely more corny, shall we say, shows out there. But... it is quite up there, shall we say. If you ever watched High School DxD, it's on a similar level, shall we say. So just keep that in mind. I mean, you can send me friend invite if you want, Kronos. I don't mind. That's absolutely fine. Okay, let's upgrade the blade. Now let's upgrade the Tolson's one as well, I think. Actually, I can probably just keep Ichigo upgraded for now. Because he's the only one that I need at the moment. There we go, that should be good. Yeah, look, I agree with Control. I agree on that one. It's a special type of anime, shall we say. I appreciate the Hamid. I appreciate it. I haven't set up the name yet. I'll do it after this. Ooh. That can't be good now, is it? I guess the budget cuts hit them way too hard. Can't afford it anymore. The auras are expensive nowadays. There's only so many you can afford in one show. I mean, I haven't even gotten to exploration part of this game. I've just been kind of grinding it for now with the main story. But I do know there's exploration, which is kind of nice. It reminds me of, I don't know if you guys ever played Black Clover Kingdom, a game. It's a while back, it has been like 2 years. But that game had similar exploration mechanics. Ooh, that's... I mean, I gotta go with my boy Dio. Because, you know, you can't quite go wrong with a good Muda. I mean, it's just, you know, it hits different. Because you hear it for the first time and you're like, whew. If somebody just screamed useless at you over and over again, I mean, wouldn't you feel quite intimidated? Because essentially what Muda means. Okay, so it's not that much. I mean, every little helps, I guess, but yeah, I was hoping there will be a little bit more juicy rewards, maybe like a couple 10 pulls worth, but you know, what can you do? What can you do? It isn't. Is there actually any end game in this game? Is there like a tower or anything? Sort of mechanic? Because I haven't seen anything. But I assume it's not just grinding for resources, probably. Because I heard that a lot of people were saying that the game has a bit of an issue with like leveling at the moment, where as soon as you run out of energy, you're pretty much stuck. Can't really do much else. Well, the thing is, it could become there in the right hands, to be fair. And the thing is, Hoyoverse has infinite money, so they can just print out games like that willy-nilly. And Crunchyroll is, you know, is a small family-run business who can't afford to shell out a couple millions to improve the game. They just wouldn't work. They're struggling out there. Okay, so there is a trial tower. Yeah, I thought so, because it's usually with these kinds of games you have something like that. Well, I'm just hoping that soon enough they'll release like some sort of content for like co-op at least, because otherwise I just don't see a point of it being you being able to talk to other people. Because if there's no there's no co-op and there's no like arena or anything, then it's not really a co-op game now, is it? I mean, look, some people are just naturally born good villains. There's nothing wrong with that, because it's much harder being a good villain than it is being a good hero. Because almost anybody can be a good hero, but it takes a special kind of character in order to achieve the prowess of a good villain. That's why I'm always more appreciative of those kind of VAs and just actors in general, really. Oof. Hate to see Control, hate to see